Hello, welcome. I will now call this meeting back to order at 6:01. Good evening and welcome to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District meeting, to our Pajaro Valley Unified School District meeting. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de la Bahía de Pájaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need the support, please see Leticia Centenaro right over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor pasa con Leticia Centenaro. Acá está. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed and recorded. If you would like to speak to an item on the agenda, please complete a speaker card and submit it to Eva Renteria. She's down at this end before that item is discussed. I also want to take a moment to welcome everyone. It's great to see so many new faces. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few ground rules. We recognize that there may be differing and even strong opinions shared tonight. We ask that everyone show respect to those speaking, just as you would expect when it is your turn to speak. This ensures that all voices are heard and that the board can carry out its work effectively. I will now ask Trustee Carrasco to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. That now brings us to our governing board comments. This is the time to report on standing committee meetings. This opportunity is for each board member to make a few comments. We will start with our student trustee, Trustee Desi Salinas Holtz.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is great to be back. I want to first apologize. I'm normally a lot better about preparing with my statement in the beginning, but I'm going to kind of read off my notes this time. So since the past board meeting, I've been fortunate enough to speak at 3 different events in our community. The first one was the ribbon cutting for the Pajaro Middle School Family Center, which was a really nice event. I really appreciated all these ribbon cuttings that have been happening in our district, and it's a really cool space in there, and I'm glad that the community of Pajaro is getting that. And then more recently, this was last week, I had the pleasure to speak at my own event at Watsonville High School, or our event, Watsonville High's, the ribbon cutting for the new athletic field and stadium, or the new stadium with the bleachers. We got new bleachers, and it was a really big turnout with students from our school, and just and there was media there, and a lot of like elected officials. So I had the honor of cutting the ribbon for our new student section we have too, and that was a pretty fun event. And then the Roar Zone, that's the name of our new student section. And then I was able to speak at the No Keens protest on this past Saturday, which was a really well-attended big event. And then as far as my report from the Inter High Council meeting, which I had yesterday, which is the usual meeting I have before school board meetings, which has ASB members from all the different schools. I met with, there was 1 representative from Aptos, 2 from PV, 3 from Watsonville, and then we had some from New School this time, which was pretty nice, and Renaissance. So Watsonville just finished up homecoming week last week with their parade and the rally, and then the homecoming game and the dance. So big week for them. And the theme was Haunted Homecoming. And this week for Watsonville, and also I think this is a district-wide thing, is College and Career Week. So we have a lot of seniors are like applying for colleges. So we have a lot of support at our school with the College and Career Center, and that's been really nice. PV had their homecoming 2 weeks ago, and their theme was Night in Vegas. And last Thursday for that, they had a glow in the dark themed pep rally with UV lights and glow in the dark. So that was pretty cool. I saw pictures from that. And then they had a big football game against Seaside, which they won. So they actually have a winning record so far for their football, which is awesome. And then Aptos wasn't able to do the last meeting. So we had a lot of updates from the weeks from them, and they had a good homecoming, and it was musical themed. So they had like Teen Beach High School Musical, Grease. I wish I saw more pictures of that because that sounds pretty cool. I'm a musical person, um, and then New School also is doing stuff for college and careers. Spirit Week. They have Superhero Day, um, a Dress for Success Day, Your Future Starts Here Day, and where they just wear like college merch and school gear, and sounds pretty exciting. And then last but not least, Renaissance is also doing a Spirit Week, one of their first ones I think, and they had Jersey Day, and they've been partnering with Digital Nest and with colleges and armed forces for an inspirational tree where students write notes like their future self, and the leadership team has facilitated all this there, which is pretty new for them. I think they're just starting leadership, so that's pretty exciting. So yeah, a lot of good updates, and it was really nice being invited to speak at those events. So um, that's about it.
Thank you. And we will now hear from Trustee Turley.
Thank you, President Flores. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for taking your time to come here and demonstrate that education of our young people is important to you. I received many comments about the controversial topics policy. My expectation tonight is that the item will be moved to discussion and hopefully we decide on next steps. The district has hundreds of outdated policies. Our plan has been to review and modify as relevant issues arise. There were some district leadership concerns about a controversial issue that recently came up. I appreciate staff bringing us a standard policy that is used in other districts. As a person who is often tasked with putting pen to a blank piece of paper, I understand policy and what it's like when you're the one who first has to bring something forward and it gets kind of picked apart, but that's part of the game. And I think we want a policy that represents our community, or at least has some input from our community. Part of our board training tells us that we should put everything on consent that is not required to be heard or read out, and then pull things that the board agrees should be discussed. The characterizations about our superintendent related to this item is without merit and lacks accurate information. Our listening sessions, which I think we're all very excited about, will start tomorrow at Aptos High. We have 4 of them scheduled. Information's on the district website. Aptos is tomorrow, and I think the next one is on the 29th, and I want to say that's Pajaro Valley. And then Watsonville High on the 5th, and Pajaro Middle School on the 6th. The point of our listenings is to get from our community the vision of our community. We'll do that by asking 3 questions of those who come and attend. It'll be followed up by a survey. And we want to end up with input that helps guide to formulate goals for the district. We'll ideally have 2 to 3 goals that will last 3 to 5 years. Focus goals, we're asking. My fellow board members and I have been signing up for the 4 large-scale meetings. In fact, we have had some disappointments because we cannot all attend all of them because we can't have any more than 3 of us attend so that we don't have a Brown Act violation. We have been contacting school sites about holding listening sessions at their meetings, and we are asking other community groups to host a listening session. So if people aren't able to get to those 4 large meetings, there will be other opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Trustee Carrasco.
All right. Hello, everybody. So I was able to visit Rolling Hills, Freedom, and Amesti to invite staff and parents from the site to our listening sessions. I am signed up to be at the PD High listening session, and if it works out with my schedule, I am also going to try and be at the Pajaro Middle School one. And yes, we can't all make it. I had some people asking me, why are you not at the Watsonville High one? We already have 3 trustees at that one, so I'm unable to make it. but we really want everybody to be a part of that. And I just want to say thank you to Amesti, Rolling Hills and Freedom for welcoming me and allowing me to be sharing space and hearing concerns and questions. I also attended, and this part will be in Spanish. Um, Fui a la junta de DILA con los papás, y les quería decir gracias por tenerme en la junta. Y cuando estoy allí yo sentada, aprendo mucho de lo que los papás tienen preguntas o cosas que ellos no saben. So, les quiero decir gracias por tenerme en las juntas y aprendo mucho y los quiero ver en las juntas de las high schools que los fui a invitar. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we'll hear from Trustee Flynn.
What Trustee Turley said is pretty much what I was going to say. Everything, this is so loud. Okay. There will be other listening sessions, and right now I have another one scheduled at the Home and School Club for Aptos Junior High next month and at Mara Vista next month. And other dates will be we'll let you know the other dates as we get them on the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Good evening. I'm going to try not to read this too fast, but I kind of have a lot to say. Good evening, and thank you to everyone joining us, whether here in person, watching on live stream, or viewing the recording at a later time. Your engagement, insights, and commitment are what make the PVUSD community so remarkable. Your voices guide our work, inform our decisions, and inspire us to lead more effectively on behalf of our students. In the coming weeks, we'll be inviting you to participate in a series of community learning sessions, as my fellow board members alluded to. These conversations will help us define what every PVUSD student should know and be able to do throughout their educational journey and upon graduation. Your input will support in the development of shared vision, core values, and clear goals and guardrails, providing direction for the superintendent and district leadership on priorities, focus, and resource allocation. Before moving forward, I want to acknowledge the challenges and dysfunction our board has experienced. I want to offer a sincere apology to our students, staff, and community. As a governing team, we are still a work in progress. We are actively engaged in coaching through the Effective School Boards program, and while we have improvements to make, I believe we're moving in a positive direction. Tonight, I want to speak openly to my fellow trustees about how we move forward together with unity, accountability, and a renewed focus on student success. I believe that many of us, both on this dais and in the community, would like to see more positive stories about the students, teachers, and staff. Too often, headlines highlight conflict instead of progress. Sensational narratives may generate clicks, but they distract from our mission and overshadow the great work that's happening in our schools every day. Research is clear that when school boards are consumed by adult disagreements, students pay the price. Ineffective board behavior leads to reduced student achievement, instability and turnover, and erosion of community trust. Conversely, effective school boards positively influence student achievement by setting clear goals and high expectations, staying focused on data and student outcomes, maintaining collaborative relationships with the superintendent, staff, and community, avoiding micromanagement and emphasizing strategy over day-to-day operations, and committing to ongoing learning and board development. Currently, more than half of our board meeting is consumed with adult drama rather than student outcomes. This must change. We owe our students better. Our district has made significant strides this year, including adopting 2 nationally recognized curriculum initiatives, Letters, known for its role in the Mississippi Miracle, which led to dramatic gains in reading achievement, taking them from one of the lowest performing states to one of the highest in the nation. SWAN Math, already showing promising returns in our pilot schools, and our teachers are excited and that they have these new tools for our students. We've also secured incentives to support teachers in professional learning tied to these programs and investment in both our educators and our students. These are the kinds of stories and efforts we should be lifting up and celebrating as our community, and I call upon our media partners to focus on those. I have submitted 2 agenda requests to support a more respectful and accounting governing culture as of today. A board policy on professional expectations about how trustees interact with one another, district staff, and the community, and a board policy on trustee social media use aligned with recent legal precedent to ensure transparency, consistency, and the protection of public dialogue and First Amendment rights. Open disagreement is part of democracy. Personal attacks, bullying, or selective silencing community voices cannot be. To our labor partners, I value our dialogue and the progress we've made together. However, personal attacks, whether in email, social media, or any public forum, or sent out to all of the teachers in our district, is not professional and does not contribute to fostering relationships. It actually underlines relationships and models a disrespectful environment that we wouldn't tolerate in our students. I ask that we recommit to collaboration rooted in professionalism, honesty, and mutual respect. In closing, I'm asking this board and myself to do better. Let us model the behavior we want for our students: respect, accountability, teamwork, and a focus on solutions. Let us reduce the noise, set aside the distractions, and center every conversation on student success. This is not about tone policing or silencing disagreement. It's about leadership and creating the conditions for students to thrive. Our community deserves a board that reflects its values. Our students deserve adults who can work together on their behalf. We owe them nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to defer my comments because there's actually items coming up later where I can do it then. But for now, I'm going to move us on to the approval of the agenda. Do we have any speakers to this item? Approval of the agenda?
Bobby Pills. Amador Valdez, can you tell me what section you wanted to speak on? There's no number. Which okay. So for item 4.1, we have Bobby Pels, Marta Belayich, Brandon Denise.
I'll be quick. It sounds like this is already going to happen, but I'm going to request, and I want it on record, I'm requesting that we pull 10.4 from the consent agenda and move it somewhere else so that we can have a conversation about it. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Marta Belayich. Part of the agenda for this meeting is categorized as the consent agenda. A consent agenda is a section in which a multitude of separate items of board business are grouped together and which are structured to be publicly commented on as one item and to be voted on as one item by the board. This arrangement conflicts with the Brown Act in terms of transparency, and engagement. There is an area of allowance in public government for such an arrangement, and that is based on the concept of efficient balancing. Grouping routine, non-controversial items reduces procedure time where a broad consensus is anticipated. Such action, in turn, expands the time available for fair and orderly consideration of regular action items, which can have uncertainty, controversy, and dissent involved. To place a non-routine, controversial item in the consent agenda defeats the referenced balance that compromises the ideal function of the consent agenda. With these principles in mind, the board should remove the controversial non-routine agenda item 10.4 from the consent agenda and place it in the section for individual actions. Thank you.
I'd also like to request that item 10.4 be removed from the consent agenda and be discussed as a standalone item. And ultimately that the board reject this policy update. This item should have never been on the consent agenda in the first place. And the fact that it was or is still currently speaks to the lengths that this district will go to disenfranchise their teachers and grant sweeping powers to the superintendent. This policy would essentially be telling teachers to shut up and stick to the curriculum, when the curriculum is just a tool to teach to the standards. And when our academic freedom is respected, we have the professionalism and skills to take current events and controversial issues and connect them to standards in ways that engage the students and help them become critical thinkers who can evaluate both sides of an issue and make their decisions based on facts. We have the education, the skills, and the ability to do that. We just need to be trusted. But it's gaslighting that our district just sent its employees an email mere hours ago to explain how this is actually about transparency and not about censorship, when the reality is that you have been censoring our teachers at our high schools all year long. So to be told that this isn't censorship when people have actively been censored, like, I don't know what else to call it other than gaslighting. And to put that email out at the last minute when the community's known about this for weeks, I feel like is unfair. And you should look at the language in the Morgan Hill Unified School District, which I brought with me today, and I'll leave some with Eva, and I've got some copies for members of the community, because they actually have language on academic freedom in their contract that respects a teacher's rights to teach to controversial issues and trust them as professionals. So why are we siding with the School Board Association and just taking their boilerplate policies and saying, this works for us, when it will never work for us and we will not allow that? Reject this, get your teachers involved, and let's write a policy that actually works and respects our academic freedom.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to bring this back to the board for a motion. I'm going to ask that we have a motion to move item 10.4 from consent agenda to report and discussion. And I'm also going to ask that it be at the beginning of consent agenda. And I want to just add that this particular agenda item was brought forward by the superintendent because we are currently out of compliance with state requirements. Initially, she requested that it be put under report and discussion. Following our training, the three of us trustees involved in agenda setting made the decision to move it to consent. So once again, I'm asking for a motion to move 10.4 to a report and discussion item at the beginning of the
I
of
sec-
The motion.
Second. Oh, were you
Can-
making it?
I made the
Can
motion.
I discuss briefly before we move on?
Well,
Um,
yeah, usually we have discussion after a
After the
motion
second, right? She seconded.
I made the first motion. She made the second, and you'd like to discuss.
No, so I just wanted to reiterate what Olivia was saying. We are getting board coaching from effective school boards, and they attend our agenda setting meetings. And this was actually recommended to move to consent agenda, and it was actually the three of us that made the decision and not the superintendent. The superintendent actually wanted to keep it under discussion item. So we need to put blame where it belongs, and that is on the agenda setting team.
This is, thank you for explaining that. And I think moving forward, this is something that I hope that we can use to shorten our meetings. And if public sees something that needs to be pulled, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. So if anyone would like to comment on the controversial issues policy, that is now being moved to item, it will be the new 9.1. And if you already submitted a card, don't worry about it. We will take it then. Oh, sorry, did I do it wrong? Yeah. Yep. Okay, so now I will move us on to report out of closed session. Are there any items to report out of closed session? Go grab it, we need it. Sorry, she's gonna grab that report.
Sorry for the brief delay. Report at closed session, public employee appeal of recommendation for release of employment. The district voted in closed session to deny the appeal of the and dismiss one classified employee in the position of custodial supervisor. The vote was unanimous. Absent were Daniel Dodge and Gabe Medina. Abstentions were Olivia Flores. Do you want me to read the ayes? Item 2.2, settlement approval for ES versus PVUSD. The district voted in closed session to approve the settlement to ES versus PVUSD. The settlement provided $2.2 million to the plaintiff. The vote was unanimous. Absent were Daniel Dodge and Gabe Medina. Item 2.4, separation agreement with classified employee. The district voted in closed session to approve one classified separation agreement for an employee in the position of school bus driver / instructional trainer. The vote was unanimous. Absent were trustees Dodge and Medina.
Thank
May I
you.
make a correction? I believe that dollar amount was 212.
That is correct. I read it wrong. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our report out of closed session. And now I will move us on to visitor non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for members of the public to speak on matters that are not listed on tonight's agenda. While the Brown Act prevents the board from discussing or taking action on non-agendized items, please know that we are listening and value your input. Do we have any public comments?
Ricardo Martinez, student. Bobby Pels, Eli Davies, Renee LaBranche, Chris Webb, and Jen Salinas Holt.
He said to remove that when he wants to speak on this one.
Good evening, Bobby Peld, Watsonville High. I want to talk about an email that Dr. Contreras sent out to all of PVUSD a few hours ago. She says that BP 6144 isn't about censorship, it's about transparency. But when a district hide changes, rewrite
Sorry,
policy
I'm
behind
going to
closed
interrupt
doors.
1 minute because that is on the agenda later tonight. So this item,
Her email isn't on the agenda.
okay.
She says that BP 6144 isn't about censorship, it's about transparency. But when a district hide changes, rewrite policy behind closed doors, and then sends a mass email hours before a vote, that's not transparency, that's spin. She calls it a routine update, but there's nothing routine about how this process was handled, and nothing transparent about the way the policy moved through the system. First, it was placed on the consent agenda, where it would have been passed automatically, without discussion, debate, or revision. That is not transparency, that's exclusion. It shut teachers, students, families, and the community out of the conversation entirely. Second, the original version of this policy included an opt-out for LGBTQ plus instruction, language that directly violated California law. It only disappeared after the community exposed it. Quietly removed, no explanation, no accountability. If transparency were truly the goal, we'd have heard how it got there and who approved it. Instead, we got silent. And third, this email arrived on the very day of the board meeting, as if last-minute messaging can undo weeks of mistrust. Transparency means letting the community in before decisions are made, not after outrage forces your hand. So stop saying this is about transparency when it is anything but. If PVUSD truly values transparency, then show it through honesty, openness, and accountability, not damage control after the fact. Thank you.
Eli Davies, they, them pronouns. Here to talk about the support we need for our LGBTQ plus students and teachers and community. The language, I'm not going to speak to the agenda item. That is not the current agenda item, but it brings concern, especially as we had, there was the lowering of the flag for Charlie Kirk, who has notoriously said things that were against marginalized communities. And so we do need to make sure that our messaging is consistent, that LGBTQ plus students know that they have a safe place within their school. And if we're lowering flags for Charlie Kirk, let's raise the flag, the pride flag for LGBTQ students, especially here. We have it as LGBTQ History Month in October. And there's no reason not to fly that flag year round. We are in an increasingly desperate cultural moment, especially for transgender people. And that kind of support would go a very long way for kids who feel isolated, alone, scared, under attack. It's been a stressful year for the people who are in the line of fire from this administration. So let's let's buck that trend. Let's go against the fascism, and let's show our students that we care.
Good evening, board. Whoa, this is loud. I'm Jen Salinas Holtz, community member, parent, PVUSD staff person. And as you all know, I do a lot of work with LGBTQ plus students. As you also know, this is LGBTQ History Month because you passed a resolution in support. So thank you for that. And thank you to all of the board members who replied to my email about this topic. I want to start with the assumption that all of our board trustees and PVUSD administrators are allies to queer and transgender students and care about our schools being safe places for LGBTQ plus youth, as well as all students. So I'm also assuming that many people are not aware how much difficulty our LGBTQ plus students are having at our schools. Most, but not all, of our middle and high school students have LGBTQ plus and ally support clubs like GSA, QSA, Saga, and Pride clubs. However, the presence of these clubs alone does not ensure that schools are safe for queer and trans students. For example, at Watsonville High, where there are over 2,500 students, the GSA club has fewer than 5 active members. And I'm told by Watsonville High students that the climate at their school is hostile towards LGBTQ plus students, and many do not feel safe coming to GSA Club. So I think in order to address this, we need more support at the district level for LGBTQ plus students at all of our schools, starting with LGBTQ cultural competence training for all staff, which, as hopefully you all know, is required by California law during this school year. However, California law only requires it for 7th through 12th grade certificated staff. So I would like to see this kind of training happen for all staff, because every one of our staff people interacts with LGBTQ plus students at all grade levels, even if they don't recognize that. So thank you for your support.
Good evening. I want to begin by thanking Trustee Flynn for raising concern last meeting around the use of the N-word. I want you to know that in my class, since I've been here, that has not been allowed and tolerated. And when I moved to Watsonville, just that having that policy, I received some pushback from students, like you may change my behavior in the room, but you're not going to change the school. So and to your point, like on the broader campus in the halls or whatever, that's still an issue. If the district wants to collaborate on that and take that on, I'm down to police out there too. For now, I can only control my room. So, but if the leadership is trying to take that on, yeah, by all means, I'm all for like us officially catching up to my classroom policies. Speaking of which, there's another one that you should adopt, and that is no cookies apparel. This is, I don't have to get into why, but just trust me on this. And then also no F word against gay people is another one. Secondly, I want to give credit to Dr. Contreras and Board President Flores. As a matter of integrity, you guys were correct. The board or the union president did, remind me that that you did have a role, Dr. Contreras, in ending the controversy on the PN thing. For me, I think it's still important to disclose the spending, just because I am not so sure, especially as like certain certain issues with labor arise, like I could see possibly more litigation coming. And I just think the public has a right to know about how their money is being spent. And also, like, I know you offered to have meetings, and I am happy to meet with you, but I know that really I want my union president meeting with you first, so I don't want to take time on your calendar until we get those basics done. And I feel like that's one of the basics that we should do. And then also, I think like this just gets to, I'll save the rest of my comments for another item. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee LeBranch, and I'm the parent of a senior at Aptos High School, as well as an educator in this community. I am here this evening to alert the board's attention to a few issues, a couple personal concerns, and some general remarks. I will follow up with a written request for the board to further investigate these concerns. Item 1, Aptos High Assistant Principal Eli Swanberg falsely accused my son of causing physical injury, resulting in a 2-day suspension with no substantiated evidence. Item 2, Aptos High football coach Zach Hewitt has repeatedly ignored my son's IEP and arbitrarily removed him from the team. My general concern is for the lack of oversight of these two educators, and more importantly, the lack of student support available for vulnerable and targeted kids. My child is fortunate to have an advocate that will raise these issues, but I stand here tonight on behalf of all the kids like him that struggle in a large comprehensive school setting and become marginalized, dismissed, and otherwise ignored. My son should not be punished for being who he is. Our students deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Carolyn West, Emily Hallbig, Noel Brand, Bobby Marchesalt, and Marilyn Garrett.
Hello again. Esteemed trustees, President Flores, and Dr. Contreras. If you recall, I'm Carolyn West, RN, school nurse for Starlight, Hyde Elementaries, Rolling Hills, and Cesar Chavez Middle Schools, and Diamond Tech. If that sounds like a lot, it is. As I've stated before, the current nursing assignments are extreme, unreasonable, and unsafe. I don't care what FCMAT says. I don't know what they know. Before school nursing, I've been a school nurse for 17 years. I worked in hospice, oncology, quality management, and infection control as an infusion nurse, as a technical trainer for CNAs. I was also a CNA. I started out in 32 years plus of nursing. This has honestly been the most stressful and draining, yes, even more than hospice, which I actually really loved hospice. Each nurse has their own story, however. I invite you, trustees, to reach out to me, or even better, to the nurse in your respective areas, and spend some time with the nurse, spend some time with the health assistant. We're a fun group, really. I'm not representative of everybody. I'm more annoying. This week I screened over 1,000 kids for vision and hearing to meet our state mandate. This was in addition to 7 IEPs and a pending 504 and other meetings and responding to crisis and reviewing records and everything like that. I feel like when I've talked before, what I'm telling you guys doesn't really resonate. You don't have a point of reference for it. But if you spend some time with the nurses, I think it would maybe mean more to you if you could spend a little bit of time with it, because I can throw all kinds of numbers about what I'm doing, but people don't really know what school nurses do. We don't toss Band-Aids and ice packs at everybody. It's a little bit more complicated than that. If you can reach out to me, I'll reach out to you. Heather has a list of all who the nurses are. I believe I gave it to you in the packet a couple months ago, but if you need it again, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here tonight to speak about one particular line in our district's budget that deeply concerns me, and that's the amount that we spend on consultants. As you know, I served on the sustainable budget team last year. This year, I'm part of the PVFT negotiations team. Having the opportunity to view our district's finances from both of these perspectives has been eye-opening. If we look back to the 1819 and 1920 school years, PVUSD was spending between $13 and $16 million annually on consultants. During the pandemic, that number increased to between 32 and 38 million a year, likely due to ESSER funding and a need to support teachers scrambling to learn how to teach remotely. With ESSER funding gone, this is a completely logical place to make cuts. Instead, last year's unaudited actuals show that we spent a whopping $38 million on consultants, and this year's budget still allocates $32 million, which is double what we spent before COVID. And what frustrates and angers me about all of this information is that it was not shared with the budget team at all. It is outrageous to me that in the many hours that we spent analyzing spending data provided by the superintendent and CBO, that this information was completely left out. Instead, the budget team and ultimately the board was tasked with choosing between 5 highly flawed plans to cut $5 million worth of mental health services and intervention teachers. I'll tell you what our students need. They need counselors. They need smaller class sizes. They need teachers who are placed in stable positions that they've had a say in choosing and who have not been shuffled around at the last minute to save the district a few dollars. What we don't need are millions of dollars worth of consultants coming in to tell us how to do our jobs. And if our administrators require that level of outside guidance, then perhaps we need to ask whether we have the right people in those jobs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noelle Brand. I am a teacher and a parent at PVUSD, and I would like to just kind of ask the board and everyone a question. I know the board approves our budget and policies and procedures that we see in our schools, and I do want to acknowledge that many of our board members have really only known the classroom and education through the lens of being a student, not the lens of an educator or an administrator or an aide or a classified staff. And so I have probably what would be considered an unpopular idea for everybody, for the Board of Education and even our directors, and that would be to come and substitute teach in a classroom. To substitute teach, ideally 2 days in elementary, middle, high school, and special education. Know what it's like, take attendance. Do that with 24 5-year-olds or 35 13-year-olds or 35 16-year-olds or a class of high needs students. Come be with us before you make these decisions, before you pass the budgets, before you pass policy and procedure. And I want in this moment, as you guys are very lovely and respectful and listening, to acknowledge that if in your heart you're thinking there's no way I'm going to do that, that's the thing that you have hundreds of people that you ask to do every day. That's what you're making decisions for. So I would love first to see our board members at our schools more. I haven't seen many of our board members at our schools. And I would really love for all of you to be in your schools. And you can all pass the CBEST. I promise it's easy. It's really, really easy. Come be with us. Come and truly come and see what it's like, and then make the decisions moving forward. It would mean a lot, not only to your teaching community, but I also know it would mean a lot to your student community. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Bobby Marchesalt. I'm a teacher at WCSA, where I teach music and theater. I've taught theater around our community and our county for the past 15 years, directed at adult levels and student levels. I also have a son who's studying musical theater in college now after graduating from Watsonville High. I share all that to say I'm here as a VAPA teacher. Unfortunately, I know the district in many ways has really made an effort, it feels like, to distance our dependent charter as a part of the district or having any voice, where as opposed to seeing us as a resource who could be involved in increasing our VAPA capacity and abilities. But I come, even though we've been distant some, I still find ways, I've always valued being a part of this district. And so these are my colleagues, and I still spend time with them, and I still get involved regardless and work with them. And I know that they're feeling the effects of not having a VAPA coordinator currently. And I know we've talked about it, but I've yet to hear any answers. I know that somebody was moved and then they left our district, a great administrator. Are we filling that position? Because that position needs to be filled. Our teachers need it. If not, What are we doing with all of the amazing things that were being done by that person? Who's picking up all those pieces? Because I don't know our STEAM director. Again, I haven't been included in a lot. But again, even the A in STEAM is part of arts integration. It's not overseeing arts, right? And we need somebody. I unfortunately made a point where I cannot recommend our district to people, even some of my students as they go on, who are serious about arts, because I don't have I have faith in our teachers, but I don't have faith in the top down that we're actually building arts programs. And it's so important. It's not just entertainment. There are tons of jobs. There is value to it. And I'd really like to see us value it as a district. So please step up and please talk to us about what's happening with that position.
The most important provision you can have is to assure a safe and healthy learning and working environment. Here's a medical advisory about Wi-Fi and children's health, and you've been provided data on the harms probably hundreds of times. Classified, quote, radio frequency electromagnetic fields emitted by wireless communication devices as type 2B, possible carcinogenic, possible cancer risk to humans. The World Health Organization report concluded that, quote, additional research is important, unquote, and advised the public, particularly young adults and children, to, quote, take pragmatic measures to reduce exposure, unquote. As affirmed by Dr. Robert Bain of the International Agency for Research on Cancer, this classification to be possible carcinogenic is not limited to cell phone radiation. It, quote, holds for all types of radiation within the radio part of the electromagnetic spectrum, including the radiation emitted by base stations, antennas, radio, TV towers, radio, Wi-Fi, smart meters, etc. And the devices on the roof of this building are emitting radiation. The other paper I want to give you is what's, I don't know, students in England found that red blood cells lumped together by mobile phone radiation exposure. I'll give these to you.
Omar, you put in a card for 7.1, but did you mean 6.1? This public comment? Okay. Please come up.
Good evening. First, I want to start off by apologizing to every student, every parent, every member of this community for the disappointment and frustrations you continue to experience because of our school district's failures. I've been coming to these meetings for 2 years now, and in that time, I've seen how this district operates. I've seen how they fail to live up to their own values and beliefs. I've seen how the relationships between the district and the community has become one, but distrust, built on distrust and not respect. Our education, our freedom of speech is under attack by this administration, and this board wants to silence not just the community, but our educators as well. To our students and to our community, I say this: do not be afraid. Stand up for what you believe in. Fight for your education. Fight for your freedom of speech. Fight for those who cannot speak. Speak for them. Become the leaders in your community you need to become, because this system has tried to silence us over and over again. We must organize. We must find ways to continue to fight for our education and services our students deserve. For our counselors, our wellness centers, our community programs, these are not luxuries. These are essentials for our student success. I ask you, do not be afraid. Do not stand by and watch this happen. Unite, stand together, demand change. We deserve better. We deserve to be heard. We deserve dignity and respect.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. And now that concludes our visitor non-agenda item, and I will move us on to our employee organization comments. Now is the time to hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. Do we have anyone from PVFT?
All right, greetings to the board. Thank you for letting me speak. We'll get this one out of the way again. Dodgers are in the World Series. Please do not schedule any special board meetings on a game day. I can't handle that. So I do want to acknowledge the pain and violence that so many of our young people are enduring during these dark times. And I believe that our district is not doing anywhere near enough to support our students. The district's response to the student who brought a gun onto campus at Watsonville High School is lacking in so many areas that it would almost be laughable if it weren't so serious and unsafe. Many of our members from Watsonville High School, and myself included, did not learn about this until they saw the news coverage, and that's just not good enough. The school safety plan for Watsonville High, according to what I can find on our district website, has not been updated since 2021, 2022. So if we need things to update, let's update our school safety plans and not policies to censor teachers. The teachers at the site were encouraged to set up a one-on-one meeting with their administrator if they wanted details about this incident and the district's response to it. And again, that's just not good enough. I have a hard time believing this is coming from the site principal, and I believe this is coming from the superintendent's office as a way to sweep this under the rug. We should not be sticking to the PIO's carefully curated talking points about being kind and communicative when we need to be engaging in the difficult discussions based on the harsh realities that we are facing. The teachers at this site deserve to have a full debrief on the incident in a staff meeting where we can communicate open and honestly and identify areas where our security broke down and discuss ways in which we can learn and improve for this. We were lucky that that student did not use that weapon to commit a mass shooting because according to media reports, they had an extended clip. We would have been unprepared if that was the case. I can absolutely say that. I want to know if we have an SRO in place because I've heard conflicting reports that Watsonville High has one, Watsonville High doesn't because they're in training. And so I'd like an answer to if an SRO is in place. And then if not, are we paying a bill to subsidize the police department when they should be the ones paying for any SROs on our campus? We're falling woefully short of supporting our students' mental health. And one reason is because the district refuses to fill counseling positions that were vacated over the summer. That includes the position at PV Elevate. And instead of filling that vacancy, which opened up this year, the district is just finding other people who they can push that work on, even if it's not negotiated. And then when that person pushes back and says, this program is a mess, they get written up for it, for expressing their opinion. And so when we hear that we have a policy that's going to be used to silence us, and we know it because we're already living it. Instead of honoring the grievance that we filed and forming a restructure committee where we actually spend time talking about a path forward and then negotiating that path together, the district is just denying the validity of our grievance and sweeping things under the rug, pretending like we're meeting the mental health needs of our students when we're not. The PVFT has not had a sit-down meeting with the superintendent since September 18th, In the past, we had weekly meetings with the superintendent. We need to have structures in place to enable us to collaborate that are outside of our weekly meetings with HR because those are focused on site and personnel issues. Other than that, we don't have any standing meetings, and we basically have to beg and plead to be granted an audience before the district's cabinet. I'm now told that people are scared to meet with us, and the only reason they would be afraid is that we're gonna expose all the gaslighting and attempts at making backdoor deals. We are elected by our members to represent them. So we simply cannot tolerate being in a meeting with members of cabinet who tell us that everything discussed in this room is confidential and we can't take it back to our site reps and our members. That's just not how we operate. If we have routine structural meetings where we can bring some of those people into the discussion, that's great. But we can't be in a room alone making these decisions that impact our members and our students. We've been misled and gaslit for far too long. I know our current district leaders and board members have inherited a lot of this past baggage, but the facts are that this current administration is also manipulating the truth. What they are telling you about the controversial issues policy is not true, and they are manipulating the budget to gear up for another round of layoffs, and we will continue to expose all the false narratives and propaganda. And if that scares some members of this administration, then maybe it's time for those adults to change their behavior so we can focus on student outcomes. And lastly, I don't have this part written down. Sometimes I need to change my adult behavior. I engaged in a little political cartoonery recently that I learned maybe I'm not a political artist. And I apologize because it caused people to feel hurt. And that, even though that wasn't my intent, it's what happened. And so I'll own that and I'll get better. Not at my cartoons though. We'll maybe leave those away.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from CSEA?
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, cabinet members, and trustees. My name is Ashley Oro Flowers, proud president of CSCA Chapter 132, representing nearly 1,200 classified professionals, the heartbeat of Pajaro Valley Unified School District. We are the bus drivers who greet students before sunrise, the instructional aides and after-school mentors who lift and guide students, the custodians and food service workers who protect and nourish, the groundskeepers and technology teams who keep our schools running, and the healthcare assistants, the quiet heroes who respond in moments of medical crisis with compassion and courage. We are not just the hands of PVUSD, we are its heart. We understand that the district is facing financial hardship. We know the numbers are real and the decisions ahead are difficult. But I ask you how do we protect the financial health of our schools without breaking the human foundation that sustains them? How do we uphold equity for students while allowing inequity among the employees who serve them? Our collective bargaining agreement, particularly Article 2, district rights, and Article 22, layoff and reemployment, ensures that decisions impacting classified employees are guided by fairness, transparency, and due process. Those same principles are echoed in California Ed Code, which established merit system, guaranteeing that the employment promotion and classification decisions are based solely on merit and fairness, not favoritism or influence. And yet, right now, both the merit system and Ed Code are being violated. We are witnessing favoritism and appointments that bypass fair and competitive hiring practices. Our director of classified remains on administrative leave. Were you aware? I'm sure you were. While our assistant superintendent of human resources has absorbed those duties, creating a direct conflict of interest under Ed Code, which requires the independence between human resources and the personnel commission. And in doing so, we are also spreading a new, eager, amazing superintendent way too thin, way too soon. should not be pulling his focus away from the critical work he should be doing. One person in an unsustainable position is enough. When that happens, boundaries are violated and the structure becomes unhealthy, not just for leadership, okay, but for everyone who depends on that stable, compliant system. This is not a procedural issue. It is a test of integrity because when favoritism replaces fairness, trust breaks down and the lawful systems are ignored. The foundation of confidence within our district begins to crumble like a dry cookie. Still, our classified employees continue to rise. That I need you to know that who we are as classified employees is people who fill quiet spaces where compassion meets need. So when I speak of violations to the merit system and ed code, I speak for people like employees that give their all, who serve with dignity and who serve with the same fairness and respect they give our students every single day. We also miss our weekly meetings with our chief business officer, our amazing superintendent, and department directors. Those meetings are built on understanding and solving problems early and strengthening our collaboration. I urge this leadership to restore those meetings because it's not just a formality, but it's a commitment to building communication and shared purpose. That's what we're here for, working together. CSEA Chapter 132 is not here to fight. We are here to build. But partnership cannot exist without compliance. So we must return to doing what is right, not just what is easy. CSEA is dedicated to improving the lives of our members and the students we serve. We enrich the lives of our members through representation, advocacy, and unity while promoting public education and the rights of classified employees. That is our compass, our shared promise. When we lead with advocacy, act with unity, and serve with heart, we do more than protect the jobs. We protect our future. We protect the promise of public education itself, because we, the classified employees of PVUSD, are not just part of the system. We are the system, and together we will keep standing strong. Thank you for hearing the voice of classified employees, the hearts, hands, and hope of the district.
Thank you. And now do we have anyone from CWA? Okay, seeing none, I will move us on to our action items. Our first action item tonight is a board self-evaluation. This report will be presented by myself as well as our coach Greg from Effective School Boards. He's going to give a little more about what exactly this is. Thank you.
Good evening, board, superintendent. Hi, community. I'm Greg. I'm with Effective School Boards. And my email is greg@effectiveschoolboards.com if folks have questions. Thanks for having me back. This is the first time that you're going to be going through this self-evaluation practice. California state law does not allow you to do this in closed session, so you get the joy of doing it right here in public. And our coaching is that you take this up every quarter. I think you have an adopted board policy that calls for annual self-evaluation. I'm not sure when the last time the board self-evaluated, but hey, at least you're going to get to it tonight. Then we'll kind of talk through how the tool works that Effective School Boards offers you on how you might self-evaluate. And I think you included on your agenda, yeah, I can see it there, that your expected score tonight is 0 out of 100. That's pretty normal when we get started working with school boards. For folks on the detailed agenda, yeah, there is a tiny URL that you can follow along and see what I've got in front of me. It's also on effectiveschoolboards.com. And so as we dive in, we're going to talk there are 6 domains that we ask the board to self-evaluate in. These are the behaviors that the research has revealed there's most linked with improving student outcomes and what the board can do to put their thumb on the scale for improving student outcomes. And I'll kind of explain, just so everyone can follow along, how this tool works. It can be somewhat complicated the first time through. So we'll start with, it's page 4. Yeah, you're good. If you want to scroll down to page 4, that'd be great. Focus mindset. The board will focus on improving student outcomes by changing adult behaviors, starting with its own. And so for each of the domains, there's, as you can see, there's 4 columns. The first column is ineffective focus on improving student outcomes. The second column, or the yellow column, is emerging focus on improving student outcomes. The third column is effective focus on improving student outcomes, and the blue all the way on the right is highly effective focus on improving outcomes. And you can see at the top there are points. Yeah.
Okay, if we could just pause one moment
Sure.
while we get that on our screens, because right now I see myself.
Got it. Less helpful. And whenever I'm coming to town and helping y'all out, find your copy of the manual and have it. Still seeing yourselves.
All right, we can move on while.
Okay. So the way this tool works is in order, it's out of 100 points. The 6 pages will add up to 100 points, but they're not all equal. There are some behaviors that are more closely aligned with improving student outcomes and getting your biggest bang for buck. And to get out of the red column, because that's where you start, you want all of those items in red, each of those clauses, to be false. That's how this tool was decided. So like, for example, the first one was, the board has received training related to the knowledge and skills school boards need to be effective, but not the mindset needed to be effective during the previous 36-month period. So you want that to be false because you want the board to have been trained in the knowledge, the skills, and the mindset. And so as we go through this, the question, I don't get to decide where you're at. It's a self-evaluation. I'm just going to facilitate y'all, but you have to decide where you're at. And so you will land in the red column of each of these if any of those is true. If you want to start putting points on the board, you have to get out of the red column, and then to get into the yellow column, each of the yellow items has to be true. And then if you want the green column, all of the red ones need to be false, all of the yellow ones need to be true, and all of the green ones need to be true, and so on. That's just the nature of the tool. And so it can take sometimes 3, 6, 9 months for boards to start seeing their scores going up, because there's a lot of things in here to accomplish to even get you out of the red. So tonight, your expected score is 0. You'll find out in a moment. And it could be that in 3 months, you'll still be at 0, but that doesn't mean you didn't make progress. And so tonight, we'll have the recording to help us remember the next steps that you want to capture. And we'll take those next steps, whatever it is you want to focus on next in the next quarter. And we can, if need be, we'll update the implementation timeline, which I believe y'all put on your website. There's a link to the implementation timeline on the board's website now. Although I had a note to go ahead and update it to the dynamic one, not like the static PDF, just so folks can always have the latest version of that. Yeah.
And when during this item would we do public comments? Do we have public comments to this item? 8.1, so would we do that now or? Okay, so none for 8.1. Well, then that answers that. We can continue.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
And if folks have questions afterwards, I'll hang around for sure. Okay, so focus mindset. This is where you all get to discuss with each other. Where do you think you are and why, and what do you think the next steps are?
Okay, so I will, I know we can only have so many microphones on at once, so be mindful of that when you turn yours on, to turn it off when you're done. So the board has received training related to the knowledge and skills school boards need to be effective, but not the mindset needed to be effective during the previous 36-month period. So Greg already touched on this. Where do we all feel we fall on this one? Yes, we are still very much in the red. Okay.
I'm asking if we can speak to these in true or false rather than pink or yellow, only because that's the way we have to read it, is if things are true or if they're false. Does that
Well,
make sense?
Sure. We have a question and then I'll.
So Greg, I have a question for you. So as we're going through the different components of this, like ineffective focus outcomes, and then there's different parts, like The first one, the board has received training related to the knowledge and skills. The next one down, the board has not consistently demonstrated the ability. Would we mark for like this quarterly? Like there's some parts where maybe the board has made some progress. Will we make notes to ourselves like, hey, that one we are actually making some progress, just so we have notes of where we maybe have done, feel like we've done some things?
What I'll offer, because
Or
I know you don't want, we can't take an hour to do this process. We only want to take a few minutes per page. So what I'll offer is like skim down the column, the red column. You will definitely find one that you know is true, which means you will, that's where you're scoring. So which is the one that you definitely hands down is true?
So I see right the second to last, the board has not evaluated its use of time in board authorized public meetings during the previous 12-month period. The board has not conducted its self-evaluation. So there we go.
So the board has definitely not conducted a self-evaluation in the last 12 months. So you know you're here, you're in this column. So and you're already right now taking a next step to accomplish that task. President Flores, you mentioned the one just below that. You have taken steps around your use of time. You have a trustee who's volunteered to track time, but you haven't brought that out into a conversation. You haven't brought the data yet. So, you know, the agenda setting committee could put that on a future agenda setting meeting, or potentially it'll come out tonight as part of this evaluation process in a few pages. So once you know where you're at, I would offer then decide, okay, well, what's like a couple of next steps we want to focus in on over the next quarter? You're going to do this again in January. So what parts of this, even if it won't get you all the way out of the red column, what parts of the work do you want to focus on next as a group?
I was saying, I think the next thing we're focusing on is the learning session, the listening session, so we can develop the goals and guardrails for our district.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to come up on every other page of this framework. So absolutely, that's an important next step that you have already tasked with for yourselves. And is there anything else from this that you want to bring out from this page?
Third from the top, the board has not conducted a self-evaluation. I know, that's why I'm reading it, because we will have done it. That will have been marked.
Yeah, the next time you do this in January, you will have conducted a self-evaluation in the last 12 months.
Right.
So that one you want to lift up, but we're also accomplishing it now. Is there anything else you want to work on during the next 3 months for this page?
Yeah. It's the third one.
Because if you're here, then you want to start looking to what, how would we move
I would
forward?
like to get the 2 board members who haven't done the training yet to complete the training so we can get out of the
I'm
red.
not gonna,
Stick on this one.
I wanna,
Of this one. Which one?
yeah, I wanna,
One we're looking at right now. What here might you want to look at to move over to the next level? That's what I was.
So the last one, the board has
Last
not
one, yeah.
the board has not participated in a governance team training or retreat where all members of the governance team were present during the previous 12-month period. So that doesn't require the full 2-day workshop, just to be clear. That could be any training. It could be a future agenda item on effective monitoring or creating agendas or community listening, but it would require, to accomplish that task, the entire governing team, all 7 board members and the superintendent, same place, same time.
So that is definitely one we need to work on.
Is that something you want to note down to try and get done before January?
Yes.
when do we have trustee Medina back? He will be back December? Okay, I'm not gonna hold my breath because we have another trustee that is consistently unavailable. And yeah, so can we pick another one? How about the first one?
We can do the inputs, outputs, and the outcomes. That seems like a
I
relatively
think so
easy one.
too.
You want a training on inputs, outputs, and outcomes, or you want to get better at distinguishing amongst those?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Just by chance, if all 7 of us happen to be here, is there any way that we could, I don't know if this is allowable or not. That's why I'm asking publicly. If we can have some sort of training on the agenda, but we defer it if not everybody is here. And then if everybody is here, then we can do it. And then that way we can, is that a possibility?
If it's on the agenda, sure, we can decide not to do it if we don't have all 7 and punt it till the next time.
You can even frame it.
That's a way that we could, yeah.
You could even say, if that's your plan, you could even signal on the agenda that that is your plan, so everybody knows
Okay.
that that's what's going to happen.
So that's Trustee Navarro, a way that we could get that one done, because we can try and work on multiple at the same time.
Oh yeah.
I think that the December meeting is the one we'll get everybody here.
Okay.
That's just our organizational meeting.
That doesn't count?
At that meeting, because there's no one being sworn in at that meeting or anything like that, that meeting will be able to do additional things other than just the organizational piece.
Should we have a backup? Is there a way to turn the mic down a little bit? It's very hot. Is there a way to turn the microphones down a little bit?
I think that that actually is
Like I'm
a-
yelling at
you have a
myself.
lot of work over the listening sessions in the coming weeks, so I think that's good for this page. I think we should keep it moving. Let's go to the next page. It's clarifying priorities, vision, and goals. The board will adopt goals that represent the community's vision for improving student outcomes. Your community already has a vision for what they want students to know and be able to do. Everyone in every community dreams big on behalf of their babies. It's your job to go out and hear it, hear the vision. Your board meetings are insufficient to hear your full community. You need to go out and do the work of listening in other places and spaces as well. So look at the ineffective focus on improving student outcomes. You'll definitely find some that are true when you want that column to be false. Who's got one that's true currently? Oh yeah, we're on the next page.
So yeah,
We
the
have not
first
adopted
one,
policies
the-
about goals that clarify the community's vision.
Yeah, you have not adopted student outcome goals. So until you do that, if you want to skip ahead, which you don't have to do on the screen, we'll get there, but every other red column in this tool requires you to have adopted student outcome goals before you can put points on the board for kids. Because it is the number one differentiator between effective school boards and school districts and ineffective school districts is just the setting of student outcome goals, setting the direction. And again, it's not telling the community where to go. You're hearing the community from the community where to go. Your job is to prioritize. Your job is to say, this is what we have to focus on first after you hear from a representation of the whole community. So that's definitely your next step to what you said before, Trustee Navarro, is you need to conduct your listening sessions for listening for the vision and for the values of the community. So that's a key next step. Are there any other next steps off this page that you want to capture?
I think we should focus on consistently demonstrating the ability to distinguish between adult inputs and student outcomes.
Yeah, and I'll offer, in order to do that, if you're confused on that, one, that's something we can do a training on, or you can get with me and we can have a quick session on that as well. Every bold word that you see up there, community, there's a glossary as well. So that'll help folks distinguish amongst them as well. I'll just offer here that when the board does its job on this page, you set your superintendent to do a lot of other good work here, and you can move pretty quickly through the rest of these columns on both the goals page and the values page, which is the following page. Okay, so we know we're at 0 because we haven't adopted goals, and and if you scroll to the next page, which is clarify priorities 2, values and guardrails, the board will adopt guardrails that represent the community's non-negotiable values. So the job of the board is to represent the vision of the community and the values of the community. That is where your expertise lies. And until you do that, until you actually adopt those goals and guardrails policies, you're going to end up staying in the red. And we know your next step on that is you can't adopt those things until you go out and listen. So you've got some really strong next steps there. Is there anything else off the values page that you want to lift up as a next step?
I think we need to focus on the baby steps in the beginning, and then we'll get, once we, I think, get through that first and second page, it's gonna flow a little nicer for us, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, if we can go back to the very first page, there is one other thing we didn't mention, but since it's Desi, right? So, since you're here, back on the very first page, the highly effective focus on improving student outcomes requires, can someone read the very first one?
The board has received training, that one?
No, in blue, highly
Oh, in
effective.
blue, sorry. The board included students as presenters in at least one of the effective school board's framework training sessions during the previous 12 months.
So our coaching is that the board should be leading or co-leading trainings for the community in effective governance. And that at least once a year includes students in that workshop. Let students be a part of training the community. We are happy to come too as coaches, and we've been doing coach-led trainings, and we will keep doing those. We've had a couple 2 days. I know Eva is working on one in Spanish for Spanish community leaders for I think in January. So that's great. But this is another thing I want to plant this seed on, is for the board to be hosting trainings. They don't have to be the full 2-day workshop, and include students. And it doesn't have to be Desi, but you've got a student right here. You could start roping into the process. Okay. Should we go on to monitor progress? I'm on page 7.
I have a question
sorry.
about that.
Yeah.
I was actually going to speak to this once you were done presenting, but so for this part, like what would the students talk about really? And they'd go to the meetings, they would help. I want to ask from you, like, what do you think the students would talk about?
Yeah, it looks different in every district. Okay. And probably what it means is you getting, and whatever students and board members are going to be part of facilitating these trainings, you get your own opportunity to learn about the entire framework. And then you pick the parts that you think most need to be shared, with community more clearly and more explicitly, and we'll help you create what those sessions could look like. They might be an hour, they might be virtual. You would all get to plan and design those. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Page 7? Okay, page 7. Someone read, I've been talking too much. At the top where it says monitor progress in the gray, can someone read that?
The board will devote significant time monthly to highly effective monitoring of progress towards the goals.
Yeah, so in monitor progress, after you set goals and guardrails, the next behavior of effective boards is regularly and effectively monitoring progress towards those long-term multi-year goals and guardrails. That setting them is huge and can make a big difference in setting the culture for the district and setting priorities and budget and all sorts of stuff. But on a monthly basis, your power lies in regularly and effectively monitoring progress. And our coaching is that you ultimately spend at least 50% of your public meeting minutes on monitoring your student outcome goals. But and to be clear, that shows up in the blue. It takes a minute to get there to that 50% mark. Okay, so we all know you're already at 0 points because the board has not adopted policies about goals that clarify the community's vision. Is there anything else out of this page, though, in terms of next steps that the board wants to lift up?
Well, like you had mentioned before, the board does not track its use of time in board authorized public meetings. We are doing that. Trustee Turley has volunteered to track that for us. And we have seen some improvements since we've started tracking. But yes, like you mentioned, we should bring that to a public meeting to report out for it to, I guess, get us out of the red. Yeah.
I think 3 of these things kind of naturally go together, and we could kind of lump them all together, which is scheduling goals to be monitored and guardrails to be monitored at least once a year, and adopting a monitoring calendar.
Yeah, so the order of operations here is you all are conducting your listening campaign. It sounds like it officially kicks off tomorrow. Exciting. My understanding is that you expect it to run until the beginning of the winter break holidays. Is that about?
So yes, we have 4 scheduled now, plus a few little, like we have Rotary, we have a few that Trustee Flynn has been invited to, and we're going to all of our schools and asking them if they would like to invite us to come and present at any of their meetings. So we are open to go anywhere and everywhere, to try to hear from our community. And so anyone who's listening and you'd like to invite us in, we are more than welcome to come. We are more than happy to come, sorry.
Greg and I also talked on the phone today about, clearly we're not going to get everybody on the first pass. So making another round at the 4 sites
I think that's a really good idea since.
and having different board members because, I really wanted to go to PV High, so that's my site. But so if we did a second round, I'd be able to do that.
And you're going to you've got community listening on your agenda in a couple of items. So you can dig more into that. And I'll stick around if I can be helpful at that point. But absolutely, that's a huge next step. There's other things on here, when you talk about what the whole governing team might get trained on. We have training on what those monitoring conversations, what makes them effective and ineffective. And so that's another thing we could offer training around. That shows up at the top of the emerging focus column. The board received training on effective monitoring, and it shows up in the red column. The board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between effective and ineffective monitoring. So that's another potential next step. If the board's interested in learning more about monitoring, could take that up. There is an order of operations to this. You don't set goals and guardrails without listening to the community, and you don't set goals and guardrails without getting a comprehensive student needs analysis from your superintendent and staff. You need both of those when you go to set goals and guardrails. The community might say, oh, we really, need to be focused on X. And that very well may be true. And it also may be true that students happen to be doing really great in that area. And that might be something you say, okay, well, let's keep doing the great things, but that's not where we need to focus to make change. So you need the student needs and the student data along with where community is pointing you. If you're listening through the next month to 6 weeks, just in terms of timeline, you'll need to host a goals and guardrails workshop, which is an all-day workshop. Come on back for it. You all want to be there. And so that makes it a meeting of the board, which makes it probably a special meeting of the board. So you'll post an agenda and everyone's welcome to come. It's at that goals and guardrails workshop, which sounds like the earliest it could be would be January, that you would draft goals and guardrails. You wouldn't approve anything that night or that day. You would hand those draft goals and guardrails for some cleanup, likely to your superintendent and staff. And your superintendent and staff would come back with potentially some cleaned up version just to make sure the numbers are the right baselines are set and things like that. Along with interim goals and guardrails, ways of measuring progress along the way. Our coaching is don't adopt the goals or the guardrails until you've heard from the superintendent and their interpretation, and don't adopt until you've calibrated back with community that, these are the right things to be focused on and these are the right values to be protected. So that can take, in some communities, that takes one meeting. In some cases, it takes another campaign of listening. You all get to decide that, and you'll do that work later on. And then after all of that, then the staff will develop that monitoring calendar that Trustee Navarro talked about, and we'll ask you, once you're clear on it, to adopt it as policy. So there's a lot of next steps there. Those are all baked into your timeline already. And it all still starts with that first domino of doing the listening campaign. Okay, I think there are 2 more pages. We know your score. On aligned resources, the board will ensure that resource allocation, time, talent, and treasure is focused on accomplishment of the goals. Any key next steps that you want to pull out and focus on for the next quarter?
The board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between board work and superintendent work.
Okay, so if that's something you want to work on, then again, you can call us back for more training on that or visit with us so you feel confident that you can, as a group, distinguish between those two things.
Okay, so are we, I mean, we're working on all of this all at once, but yeah, a lot of these, this page specifically, we should be, because some of the other ones, we have to do the listening to get to the guardrails, to get to the policy, but this one, we can start on now. Most of these, all
Yeah,
of these
which
items.
one? Pick.
Let's go with the first one. The board has not adopted policies and goals that clarify the community's vision. But again, so that's okay. I picked the first one that does pertain. Okay, so but like Trustee Flynn said, the second, and then the board has not adopted policies about governing that establishes the board's operating processes. So that's a good one. To
Yeah, and I
also-
would guess I'm pretty sure you have procedures that you have adopted policies about governing. You have bylaws. You have operating procedures. Have they been reviewed in a timely manner? Maybe not. That's a different place of the framework. But I would say that one's probably false. You have adopted, and same with the one about you probably have policies on the books relating to delegation, right? To how you've delegated tasks to the superintendent. Have they been reviewed in the last decade? I don't know, but that's a different part of the framework.
Yes, we did actually work on that one when when Dr. Contreras first came on board.
Yeah.
Any meeting of the board lasted more than 8 hours during the previous 12-month period, not including retreats or training.
Yeah, the moment you have an 8-hour meeting or longer, you're going to be in the red for 12 months. 8-hour meetings are just no good for making decisions. They're no good for anybody unless they're like by design. When we do our goals and guardrails workshop, we start in the morning. It's a designed 6 to 8 hour day. That's different. Or if you go on retreat, that's probably different. But you don't want to be here till 2 in the morning. Nobody wants you here till 2 in the morning.
The fifth, am I on? Okay. The fifth bullet point on the pink or red, any board member voted on an item on which they had a conflict of interest as defined by law. I think one of the policies we haven't looked at in a really long time is probably our ethics and conflicts of interest. So maybe that's something we would want to work on so that we could identify that.
Yeah, and so when you do this tool, you ask yourself, okay, in the last 3 months, are we aware of any board member that violated conflict of interest law? And if that is true, you are in the red, according to this tool. Hopefully that is not true right now. But in terms of reviewing and updating the policy, yes. And we have 3 specific statements that we would ask you to consider as part of that review. And it's there in the green column. Board members do not give operational advice or instructions to staff members. Board members are responsible for the outcomes of all students, not just those in their region of the school system. And board members fully recuse themselves from matters involving individuals or organizations who made campaign contributions to them or who appointed them, as conforms with state law. So some states, just want to be crystal clear on that around campaign contributions. Some states have specifically legislated carve-outs. California is one of those where you are not expected to recuse yourself if you get campaign contributions from the political arm of like a labor partner group. California has said, no, that those are treated differently. Okay. So we can definitely move. That was on the timeline, I think, for the new year, but we might be able to move it up a little sooner. And then the last one, communicate results. Again, you're in the red because the board has not adopted policies that clarify the community's vision. But is there anything else you want to pull out? If you want to go down to the one more page, we're on page 9 now. Yeah, communicate results. Any other key next steps you want to pull out or questions?
The second bullet, the board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between customer service issues and owner service issues.
Yeah, and that one very well may come up. It often comes up as you start to engage in those listening sessions, and so you'll get a chance to see like how well do you handle because customer service issues will come up, and so will ownership service issues come up, and the question is, will you be able to successfully distinguish amongst them and channel them where they need to go so people get the service they need. I'll just name, this is where, if you look under emerging focus on improving student outcomes, even when you get there, you only get 1 point out of 100. Like I said, not all these pages are the same, but the very last item, it came up earlier and I just wanted a chance to name it. All consent eligible items were placed on the consent agenda, and all but a few were voted on using the consent agenda. So stuff's going to get pulled off consent. We are definitely not, as coaches, when we come in and support a community, we are not experts in that community. We don't claim to be experts in that community. What needs to be on or pulled from consent is definitely your call. When you're hearing from people and it's clearly needs to be discussed, that's what you do. And it sounds like that's what you're doing tonight. If you want to think about how do you signal this to folks so folks know that this is gonna, how do you reply to the email saying, yeah, we'll pull it. Different boards have different rules on what it takes to pull an item. Sounds like your rule is if just one board member wants it pulled, it gets pulled. Other boards have other rules where they say it takes 2 board members who want it or 3. So we can discuss if your rule is working for you or not, but for now, use the one you have. And it's really just about focus. That coaching is put as many items that if they're allowed to be on consent, put them on consent. And if they don't, if you know that they are likely to be pulled or they're going to, have a reason that they need broader discussion, go ahead and pull them right away, or make sure people understand. Like, absolutely be transparent about that. It is the coaching comes from a place of trying to focus the board's time and attention on the items that directly relate to improving student outcomes. But along the way, you have other work to do. You have work like protecting the values of the district. And so for tonight, for example, there's a policy that definitely has a lot of values underneath it, and you've already declared you're going to pull it, so you can discuss it and do that work.
I was just going to comment that I think we're trying to be a little overly aggressive of trying to put as much as we could on consent agenda with the understanding that it could be pulled just in the time, trying to be respectful of time and focus on the issues at hand.
Yeah, and I'll just say this, anything on consent, like there are communities for whom a particular item is not controversial. Like I can't make any judgment call on what item is gonna, get hot in your district. But particularly, I guess, for agenda setting folks, like you're gonna have to just use your best judgment. And I know you already are, and the coaching is keep using your best judgment. And when you hear from people, you respond and listen. And that's what I heard you. That's how I experienced what you did tonight so far. We'll see how the rest of the meeting goes. So at the end, when you get to this part of the process, your score is 0, not a big shocker. Your next one might be 0 too, depending on when you do your next evaluation in January. The ask is to actually someone make a motion to accept the score and a second, and actually vote to accept your self-evaluation and your next steps.
I move.
And you already did, or there was no public comment. Okay.
I move to accept our score of 0 and the areas that we've chosen to focus on.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I thank the public for bearing with us during this first evaluation that we've had to do. I do feel that the next ones will go quicker now that we've gone through it once and we know what we're looking for. And hopefully, I don't know, we might still have a 0 at the next one, but hopefully we'll get 1 point at least.
Yeah, you'll definitely make progress. Whether or not it shows up in points, I don't know.
Okay.
The good news is there's only one way to go.
Yes. Okay, so we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion passes 5002. Thank you. Okay, and I will now move us on to our last action item, item 8.2, the salary schedule for certificated and classified cabinet. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you and good evening, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, and community. Due to the approval of the new Chief Business Officer's contract and the Superintendent's contract amendment, the salary schedule for certificated and classified cabinet members, must reflect actions approved by the board. Therefore, attached is the salary schedule reflecting the Chief Business Officer's contract and the Superintendent's contract amendment. Please note that the Assistant Superintendent's salary ranges for the assistant superintendent of HR, for the assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction, and for the assistant superintendent of, ed services remain unchanged. We ask for approval.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. We have Chris Webb, Maria Rosas. Chris, you put in 2. Did you mean to put in 2 for 8.2?
No, I didn't. I did. 9-2 for one of them. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Yes, so it's come to my attention that the new CBO has made some budget-related reports at site councils. And in light of his reports, I'm wondering if maybe we should rethink that raise, just because maybe, if really funds are in such dire straits, it would seem kind of unkind to the entire, every employee in the whole district if the most new employee automatically gets a raise. And then on top of that, the most well-paid other staff person also just got a fat raise. But when I saw those, I thought maybe I should be excited, because this must mean that that's the floor for negotiations, because that would be the kind thing to do, right? That would be, so that's the kind of what I'm operating as. That's the floor, or we make some changes. So the other thing too of why you might want to make the changes is just because, what with the way letters was rolled out and the way this board policy on the agenda has been rolled out, I mean, there's been like a failure to collaborate. And I think it would maybe be warrant that, like, maybe we should rethink these salaries if this is really an issue. Also, I know this came up before when we talked with the superintendent on last meeting, and this came up. The legal was like, oh, it's already been addressed. About when it was addressed, those were surprise special board meetings. Our most engaged member of this board didn't even realize like what had occurred. So, and there, as far as I understand, there was no recording. I know, Dr. Contreras, you mentioned there were public comments, but we have no record of them. I mean, maybe they're in the minutes. I actually haven't looked at the minutes. I'm sure they're maybe there, but they're probably not fully detailed. So I feel like there would be cause to actually review some of this. And then also for the people at these site councils, when you're hearing these budget reports, I feel like you should be asking how much was spent on the PND and when. The legal costs. How much did it cost to move HR upstairs and Pacific Coast downstairs? And other expenditures, what are we really spending there?
Thank you.
And then also, what about the revenue generating ideas from the sustainable budget team? Thank you.
This is Maria Rosas. Good evening, board members. I'm here today as a teacher, parent of 2 PVUS students, and a PVUSD alumni. I'm here in opposition of approval of these raises. Years ago, raises were approved under the pretense of cabinet members foregoing their health insurance. Then the few years after that, under our previous superintendent, cabinet members received benefits again and did not forego their raises. Now we are once again approving raises while at the same time stating that we are in the red after having had a hectic end of the year, not knowing who was going to be receiving a pink slip just a few months ago. We come back this year to find that many resources for students have been removed, such as Newsela and Khan Academy, as well as NWA, a district-wide assessment, likely due to budget cuts or lack of funding. However, amidst all of that, the cabinet is able to allocate funds to their own salaries. We have had 2 cabinet members who are now retired that are receiving the highest pension salaries of Santa Cruz County, and you can look that up, it's public information. In the past, it's just now over the past 10 years at about 2 million. If you look that up, I just saw it right before. I didn't have time to add it to here. Please ensure that you are allocating monies to where they make the most impact in our classrooms, ensuring each site is fully staffed and that those who are in the classroom who work at our sites day in and day out get compensated fairly. Please, thank you.
Thank you. And now I will bring it back to the board for a motion or discussion. Trustee Turley?
I would just like confirmation. It's my understanding that the first two line items, the assistant superintendents, there's no change in what they've been getting paid, at least starting from this year.
That is correct. Oh, excuse me, Dr. Contreras. Thank you. That is correct. When my contract was approved by the board and I was brought on under the salary schedule, it is the same salary schedule you see. When the contracts for my colleagues, Michael Berman, Claudia, and who am I forgetting? I'm not forgetting anybody. Under that same line for curriculum instruction and ed services also match the salary schedule that was presented on behalf of their contracts at that time. Therefore, the only changes, and that's captured in the report, are to match the board-approved contract for Dr. Contreras, resulting in a step one, as you see there, as was delineated in the contract that was approved, as well as the CBO contract that was approved, I think it was 2 meetings ago.
You just answered the second part of my question, which is just confirming that for the CBO and the superintendent, the rates that are in here are what we negotiated and what was previously approved.
That is 100% accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Turley, for further clarification, the reason why this comes forward now is because the CBO is under a PERS retirement system, and legally for a CBO to be able to collect in their retirement system, they must have a salary schedule. And because of the way we did our CBO's contract with no benefits, creating a salary schedule was a little bit tricky, and we had to coordinate with many different entities to work through that. And so when we brought forward his contract, the salary schedule was not yet ready or approved. And so we had to bring this salary schedule forward after the fact, but as quickly as we could. We could have brought it forward just separately on its own, only the CBOs. However, that's not how this district has done it. They've always brought cabinet forward all together at one time. We could also have put this in consent and not brought it into open. And I felt that would not have been the right thing to do. One, to just bring the CBOs differently than how we have done it in the past. The other, to just put it into consent. And so we chose to put it all together the way we normally would do that, the way normally districts do that, and also to put it into the open action to be transparent and just bring it all forward. So it seems to have caused the idea that there were some raises going on now or changes to the salary schedule now. This reflects the approval of contracts that happened in June and our CBO's contract in October, which was his hire date.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move approval.
I second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? You're abstaining? Okay, so that motion passes 4012. Thank you. So now that concludes our action items, and I will move us on to our report and discussion items. And we are going to start with our new 9.1, which is the updated board policy 6144, controversial issues. Do we have someone that will present this? Okay, our Assistant Superintendent, Claudia Monjaras, will present this to us.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras. So we are bringing forward the updated version of our current board policy, which is 6144. This hasn't been updated since 2009. So we went through and you'll see that there is red and blue text on there. Red text means that it has been lined out. It was old language from the current policy. And the blue is language that has been included. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering why that was. There we go. Okay, so like I was saying, the red is old language from the current board policy. Blue has been added in. These are in alignment with other board policies across our county and general area.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
And hopefully folks had a chance to review what was present before and what is actually new. Bill Eifert, Bobby Pels, Eli Davies, Omar Diegas, Chris Webb, and Amador Valdez. It's not everybody.
If your name's been called, please go ahead and line up and proceed.
Greetings, board and superintendent, and all you fine folks up there. I'm Bill Alford. I have a daughter still in the school district, a senior at Aptos High, who is actually seated in this chamber, but I will not embarrass her by pointing out where she is with her fine teacher that I noticed too. I read this with great interest, and I am not here to harangue anybody. I actually hope that things go well, but my worry is on controversial issues. If you read the language, and I have, I think a lot of weight is being put on a lot of rather vague terms that can be interpreted one way and another. And especially number 2, if you look there, it says all opposing viewpoints have to be represented on controversial topics. And this kind of thing has been used, for example, in the state of Florida, with this kind of language to actually come up with some really horrible outcomes that erase history. And I wonder, my concern is who makes the decision on what is a controversial topic and which are the other viewpoints that need to be represented. Do we need to represent, because all kinds of viewpoints are now considered in the public. RFK Jr.'s viewpoints are mainstream because he's in the cabinet. Do his viewpoints need to be represented? Do Holocaust deniers need to be represented? Does intelligent design need to be represented in biology class? So it's not true that all will be represented, and I'm concerned about who makes the decision and how it's made. Thank you.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High School. I think it's time to stop pretending that education can never be neutral. Neutrality is the language of power, the story that the powerful tell when they want to decide which stories are allowed to be told. And this policy, this so-called update, is proof of it. Because the moment you assign one person the power to decide what's appropriate for the classroom, you've already taken a side. You've already decided that some knowledge is dangerous, some experiences are expendable, and some stories are better left untold. That's not neutrality, that's control. Maybe this board believes that control will be used wisely. Maybe you trust Dr. Contreras to be fair and measured, but she won't always be here, and neither will you. What happens when someone else sits in that seat? Someone who decides that their belief should be the district truth. That's not a hypothetical. I saw it here when Georgia Acosta and Kim DeSerpa used their position to block the return of CRE. Without evidence, without investigation, without process, they acted on belief alone. It can and it does happen. The purpose of education has never been neutrality. It is either to teach people to fit quietly into the world as it is, or to give them the tools to transform it. And students can't do that unless they're allowed to wrestle with controversial issues, to face the world as it is, so they can imagine the world as it should be. I'm not against guidelines. I'm not against helping teachers navigate difficult topics. But policies like this should be written through partnership with teachers, with students, with families, and with community members. That's what transparency looks like. Collaboration, not control. Thank you.
I really want to echo what has already just been said. It's a matter of making sure the policy is good policy. What was released and there was feedback on, that policy was not good policy. We've had commentary about the vagueness of things, and Bobby's exactly right. Who we're seeing right now, what your intentions are, is not always going to be the case. It was within this board that Oscar Soto, upon being voted out, said, stop the woke agenda. Vice president of this board, Oscar Soto. So we really need to be clear with the board that we have here today on what the policies, what the guidelines are, be specific, and the oopsie about you can opt out of LGBTQ material, like that is a big deal. Glad you listened, but I think clearly from the community response we're seeing here today, this is not something that's ready to fly today. I wish it could be a nice and like heartwarming moment about democracy where these teachers in this room worked super hard to give feedback on this policy to the board, and they did it in crunch time, and it shouldn't be done that way. It should be done properly. We all saw this nice presentation on the board effectiveness and communicating with the community. That includes your teachers, that includes the unions. So let's get you guys out of the red and like on the way to blue. So like let's not do this today, but make something better. Thank you.
My name is Amador Valdez. I used to be a teacher in the district. My total years of teaching, it was 27 and 20 years in Watsonville. I didn't know about this controversial issue until this afternoon. I went to the computer and I found an article that was written by the Good Times. And I'm completely against it because who makes the decision what is controversial? Our president nowadays, everything is controversial for him. So over here, who's going to make that decision? The teachers are the one that know the students, and the teacher is the one that should be making the decision because he or she knows what is the best thing for the students. Also, if you ever want to talk to somebody that is really informed as to what is going in the district, please, you have my number. You can call me. The lady on the end, I'm sorry that I cannot see your name. She mentioned that she went to a particular school where I worked for 20 years. And everything was hunky-dory. Baby, I got a lot of things to tell you. The teachers are afraid to talk. And we have a saying in Spanish, if you keep your mouth shut, a fly will not get in. And that's what happened to many of the teachers. And the teachers that want to talk, they never go to talk to them. And if they go to talk to them, they don't listen to them because it's not what you want to hear. But I don't believe that anybody can make the decision but the teacher, or leave it to the principal, but not the superintendent. Thank you.
When I saw this, I thought, man, this is like what the Vichy French would write if they were alive now. For those of you who are weak on your history, This is basically like, I was like, oh my God, is my government here locally siding with the fascists? Are they picking a side? Because that's the way it kind of feels for this moment in history. For this policy to come out, it's very disturbing to me. Like, as a matter of decorum, I'm not going to be able to express to you how bothered I am by this, but I'm very bothered. And then also, not just because of what's happening nationally, but because of this moment in history locally, like with the whole business with pesticides and the way we're basically like siding with the growers and siding against our students. So I'm so disturbed by this. Also, part of why like I don't have confidence to just defer all my expertise to the superintendent on this is I'm thinking about other controversial issues. CRE, the inter-board conflict, the SROs, the PN day thing, all of these I've been disappointed at their handling, and it's not like it's been like new or anything. As you came in, like I warned you, as the old board, I tried to help them to like, hey, deal with this, make it easy. But leadership has kind of failed on that. So, and then the other thing too, I'm like bothered that we're attacking my union president and like, oh, you're, being dishonest or something. Like, no, like he said we're sweeping transparency under. That's totally true. For the fact that this is on consent, that is a matter of like failed transparency. I would remind Dr. Contreras, recall within the last 6 months, we had another board policy for review. It was a beautiful one from PVUSD, the student trustee motion one, right? And recall that I criticized publicly Trustee Medina because he was suggesting that because it was such a good policy, we approve it in 1 day. That is not the protocol. And you yourself said that no, normally the practice is second reading. And this was on consent. So that's just like, and also this whole thing, extremely disrespectful to me as a teacher. Like, why should I believe that you're better qualified to judge what's controversial? I looked on the CTC website, and as far as I could tell, you do not have a social studies credential, Dr. Contreras. So also, the other thing that's like fundamentally flawed with this is we're saying like, okay, reach out if you think something's controversial, or maybe just on itself, that's problematic. But one of the problems with that is that on September 22nd, I did reach out to your designee. And you know what? I never heard anything. I appreciate when this got on the agenda that you did respond, but I have reason to believe that there might be members that might not get a response from you if they reach out. And I know you're a busy person, and honestly, I don't want you dealing with this all the time. So I really think for the good of everybody, I would have wished you would have just saved us all some trouble and not have this on. But for tonight, at least postpone it minimum. Thank you.
This is the policy that I got. I don't know when this one came out, but right here it says teachers should consult with the superintendent or designee as necessary to determine the appropriateness of the subject matter. This all came out because of the talk about pesticides, because we were trying to educate our students on the harms of pesticides, on how it's affecting our environment. And this board, the way they function, it doesn't function like it should. I had no problem going into schools, into Santa Cruz High, SoCal High, Salinas High School, Everett Alvarez High School, Cabrillo College, not one problem going in to talk and give these presentations on pesticides. We need our community to show up, our students to stand up, our teachers to teach truth, and our counselors to protect our youth. Stop silencing us. Stop calling our pain controversial. Start listening. Start leading. This community has been here way too long requesting you guys to acknowledge us and to listen to us, and you continue to silence us. We do not need a queen to sit here and tell our teachers how to teach. Listen to the community. These are the experts that are living it. These are the experts that are suffering, that are dying. Listen to your community.
Misty, do we have more?
Jen Salinas Holtz, Carolyn West, Emily Hallbig, Sarah Manserg, Gabe Barraza.
Good evening again. I'm Jen Salinas Holtz, PVUSD parent, staff person, and community member. I appreciate that the words LGBTQ content were removed from the controversial issues policy revision. However, I am still very concerned that these words were put into the policy to begin with. As I said in my earlier comment, I begin with the assumption that all our board trustees and administrators care about the well-being of our LGBTQ plus students and would not intentionally cause them harm. But words have power and consequences. I want the people who chose to put this language into the policy and who read the policy and didn't see a problem with it to understand that these words caused harm. They conveyed the message that LGBTQ content is inappropriate for schools and that parents should be able to opt their kids out of learning about LGBTQ plus people. This is contrary to California law, which does not allow parents to opt their kids out of anti-bias education. The California Fair Education Act of 2012 requires the inclusion of LGBTQ plus people as well as women, Native Americans, African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, and Pacific Islanders, people with disabilities, and members of other ethnic and cultural groups in history and social studies curriculum at all grade levels. We have queer and trans students at all grade levels, including kinder and preschool, even if they have not yet expressed their identities, as well as students like my own children who have LGBTQ plus parents and family members. These students need to see themselves and their families positively represented in school curriculum in order to feel included and safe. And their peers need to see positive representation of LGBTQ plus people in curriculum in order to foster empathy, kindness, and respect for differences and reduce bullying and harassment. Teaching students about the diversity of our community should not be considered controversial. It should be one of our core values. Thank you.
Hi, it's Carolyn again. I don't even know how to follow up on that. That was so awesome. Yes, I was really concerned also from the perspective of a healthcare provider and also a member of the LGBTQ community, even longer than I've been a nurse. And I was really disturbed by that, where it was all kind of spread out and turned into a controversial subject. But then I was also concerned because then it just kind of disappeared and it was going to get tucked into sex ed basically. And the LGBT community is not all about sex. You know, it's not all about sex. It's a vibrant and alive community working for equal rights for everybody. And just to lump that into sex ed isn't right. I've done sex ed before. Back when they used to have the nurses do it, they don't have the nurses do it anymore. And it's not appropriate to be stuck in there. Besides the fact, California Ed Code 48907 gives the students the right to discuss LGBTQ plus issues, and Ed Code 48950 protects them from discipline for discussing being LGBTQ plus or discussing LGBTQ plus issues. So I'm really, yeah. I'm just blown away. Please vote against this. We need to trust our teachers. What brought me into education was just because I love teachers. They're just so awesome. I've had excellent teachers myself. My son with his IEPs and everything. It's been awesome. But please have courage to vote against this. All of us, any of us, our silence will not protect us. It won't in the long run. Thank you.
Hello, Sarah Manser. I'm a community member. I'm here to speak on a few passages in the updated version of the controversial issues policy. To start with, the comment about teachers should consult with the superintendent to determine the appropriateness of the subject matter, semi-paraphrasing. The question stands of why a superintendent would want to instill themselves in this on what would probably turn into an almost daily basis, since currently We have a number of issues that we thought were settled but have become controversial. The practical nature of this could turn into a snowballed effect of basically stalling daily communications and conversations with students about emerging topics, including ones that they're witnessing or actually experiencing themselves while they're in the classroom. So I just question where this stemmed from and why they wanted to take this on at such a kind of overwhelming set of topics. Let's see. In a time when even our basic health is controversial, how is this going to be practical? And how are we going to determine whether the superintendent is suppressing topics of a personal nature that they have determined? And how would teachers appeal such advising from the superintendent? And then I'd like to move on to a different section of one of the parts that was actually removed from the policy. And that is the section where it says to teach students and warn against drawing conclusions from insufficient data. I actually think that this is a really strong point that we need to be communicating to students over and over and over again, especially as we run into causation versus correlation. Thank you.
Matt, can you hear me? Madam Chair, clarification question,
Yes,
please.
go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that this has been moved to discussion items, not action items, so there will be no voting on this item tonight. I just want to clarify that. Is that?
That is correct. Thank you.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Providence, and I'm a mother of a graduate from Renaissance, and my daughter attends Lakeview Middle School. Middle school, and it's the best school that you guys have in this district to me. The people there, the staff, the teachers, everybody, they give the kids the support that they actually need. It's the first time I see such efficient teachers and staff, and everybody works together. It's a great team. I mean, they're excellent people over there in that school. And I come representing Lakeview parents and a lot of other parents in the district also, because we are the parents who live and we raise our children in this district. We hold the fundamental power and the right to shape their education. There are crucial decisions that you guys are making that you shouldn't, especially those regarding what is taught in our classrooms. It must be decided by the very families whose children are directly impacted. We reject the notion that administrators or individuals from outside communities who have not vested interest in our children or in our schools should dictate the curriculum or limit our teachers or the collective voice for that matter. It's our right as parents. We decide. We make the choice. We send our kids to school. We have the power. We have the power to take you out of that seat, and we have the power to decide. Don't try to take it away from us because it's not going to be easy. It's not okay what I feel bad for the new board trustees, because you came in when everything was like, just slammed in, you guys, but it's sad that you guys want a difference, and you can tell who the trustees that want to make a difference and want to make a positive change in this community, but the rest of you, I don't even know you anymore, and I've known you for years. What happened? Does that chair have some kind of magical dust that makes you turn into somebody else? Do you forget to remember where you're from, where you come from? We, the people, and we, the families, and we, the parents, have the power.
That's your
So don't
time.
forget that, okay, everybody?
Thank
We
you.
have the power to make the decisions for our children. They're our kids, not theirs.
Good evening. I'm Gabriel Barraza, and I live in Area 5, and I'm here to speak on the board policy on controversial topics. As other people have said, I don't have a problem with having a policy on controversial items, but I do have a big problem with who gets to define what controversial items are and how policies are implemented. In today's environment where systems of power are being challenged, groups that do not want their power challenged use the term controversy to stifle the perspectives of historically marginalized people. We have seen this repeatedly at the federal level, and unfortunately, these attitudes bleed down to the local level. The policy, along with an email that Dr. Contreras wrote, is said to be boilerplate language, which boilerplate is not a good term. It just means not creative, not having any value. The problem with boilerplate language is that it often serves to protect power rather than to educate and emancipate. If we want things to get better for our children, for the students that we're tasked with educating, then we cannot be afraid to challenge systems of power and even long-held traditions that no longer serve the material needs of most people, but serve only to keep the powerful people comfortable. I urge you to revisit this issue, to make a policy that protects discussion and not stifles education. One of the things that I learned, one of the best things that I learned at university was that all information is biased. Bias is not a bad thing, but information has to be accurate, factual, verifiable, and testable. With what we're learning about human sexuality, human identity, about the experiences of marginalized people, we need to challenge the dominant narratives that have been barriers to the people in this community for decades. That's education, and that's emancipation, and that's what we need to be doing.
All right. Hi again. I have a few things to say about this policy. I'm going to start with number 8. So it says, when providing instruction related to a controversial issue, the following guidelines shall apply. And then go down to number 8. It says, the subject matter of the instruction shall not otherwise be prohibited by state or federal law. And so just speaking specifically on the timing of this policy, I want to know, is this a good time for us to be making decisions based on what is being determined by federal law? The language in this revised policy to me sends a message that teachers can't be trusted to do our jobs, that we are supposed to be teaching critical thinking, encouraging discussion, and helping students grow into informed, thoughtful citizens. Controversy is not something we can sanitize out of education. History, science, literature are all filled with uncomfortable truths. Avoiding them doesn't protect students. It weakens their ability to navigate a complex world. Middle schoolers are already encountering controversy online, on social media, and at home. Our classrooms are a place for them to process what they hear with facts, guidance, and context. I am trained and experienced and seemingly trusted enough to teach 35 students at a time, but the language in the policy says that I am not trusted enough to answer a student's question unless I ask permission from someone who's never met them. This isn't about protecting kids. It's about controlling speech. Reject this language, and hopefully we can come to a place where teachers can be a part of writing the right language. Thank you.
Donna Lefevre, Bobby Marchesalt, Maria Rosas, and Marilyn Garrett.
Hi, my name's Donna Lefevre. I am a teacher at Watsonville High School. So proud to see you up there, Desi. That's awesome. So yeah, I received information about this policy potentially going through on a Friday afternoon after a long week. We're sitting through the staff meeting, and to read this, I felt so demoralized. I was horrified that this was happening, and now there's something I have to add to my plate because I couldn't not speak about it. And it was just another opportunity where I experienced that people just don't see teachers as professionals. I read it, I was like, wow, you really don't have respect for what we do, I guess. I mean, we go through a credentialing program. We have ongoing professional development every year that is required and what we seek out on our own time. We're constantly collaborating with colleagues on best practices and how to address any new problems coming up. For this to happen, and again, like people already kind of spoke to it, but how suddenly it's kind of come in, and then I'm glad that it's for discussion and not for a vote. but I just wonder, like, why right now? That was a big question that came up. It really worries me to think that it's trying to stifle a voice to communicate information about pesticides when we're supporting children that are in this agricultural community, and they should be able to know everything they're exposed to in this area, and it requires that information to get out for changes to happen. So it's crazy to think that we would side with someone. Anyway, I also want to echo the comment about needing to build trust. We need to build trust with our students and our families for them to see the value of education and the work we're trying to do to improve the community. But we need to have trust with each other, and we need to show that we're able to work well together. And that means that putting policies out here and then giving the time, the intentional time, so that you can really listen to what everyone has to say before you move things through that are going to affect the professionals and the community members. Thank you.
So nothing happens in a vacuum, right? Everything is contextual. And so I know the email said that we're rewriting a lot of policies. Maybe I've missed it, but I haven't seen a lot of other policies. And for this to come right on the heels of not allowing Omar into our schools, just optics alone, PR 101, I would have done 3 or 4 before you did this, unless there was a reason that we need to do it immediately. And so that is a reality. And I know that people up there have asked about why that has been an issue. I think you could give some answers tonight. And if there's not an issue, that one even was going to give both sides, I'll bet you he'd still do it. Let's tonight give permission to get those presentations done. Along with that, I love the idea you mentioned, Brandon, the other, I think it was Gilroy or whatever, but maybe put some language, since we're discussing this tonight, discuss putting some language in there to talk about actually trusting teachers, like make that part of the policy. Like, what would that look like to say, like, we do trust our educated professionals? Now, do I agree with everything every teacher says? Not at all. In fact, my son, who went to Watsonville High School, texted me one day about his teacher telling them that the wage gap exists because men are willing to do jobs that women aren't because they're dangerous and they pay better. This was after he'd also told him how great Elon is because he gives a lot of his money away and that he's just, these are things that I think it's controversial. You know me well enough. You probably know that. However, I'm not here to complain about it because my high schoolers are learning to be critical thinkers. They can hear these things and I want them to hear and I want them to learn how to think about them. And so let's trust our teachers to know how to do that, how to bring all those out and teach our students to be critical thinkers. I do also want to touch base quickly on the LGBTQ content that was in there. I'm glad that it was taken out. However, I hope that even if it's not public, at the very least the board will be asking who put it in there originally so that can be addressed. That should be known. How did it get there? And how do we make sure that that is not an ideology or a thought that is permeating in that space? Thanks.
Good evening, Maria again, Maria Rosas. I am also a teacher and a parent. And really what brought me here is being a parent to 2 students that are there, one who's in kinder, who I believe will be negatively impacted by this policy. I'm completely opposed to it as it aims to censor teachers and provide the superintendent with too much power. This policy fails or demonstrates a lack of confidence in PVUSD teachers to present such information in a factual, unbiased manner. Additionally, it hinders the ability to address topics as they come up naturally in lessons. This policy shows how far removed the superintendent and supporters of this policy are from the teaching profession and from practical teaching experience. Topics like those addressed in this policy often come up naturally through lessons, especially when dealing with social studies and history lessons that often need to be connected to present day. Needing approval of that would hinder critical thinking skill development, as we would have to stop and ask for permission every time this happened. Furthermore, it would allow the superintendent to dictate what she believes our students should be exposed to rather than following what the state of California has already deemed appropriate. Given the current political climate, it is paramount that we stand up to protect our rights and the rights of our students. They have a right to a learning environment that fosters critical thinking, curiosity, inclusion, and diversity. This right should be protected and does not need to be micromanaged. I asked the superintendent to check her privilege and let us do our job. Instead of trying to micromanage our teaching, she should focus on how to get back many of the resources our students lost this year, including Newsella, which helped students learn about world events in recent day-to-day in an appropriate manner. Given her limited experience as a superintendent, we need to be cautious of how she is exercising her role, especially this early on in her position here. She has not gotten to know the PVUSD community well enough, and she is already having a negative impact in our students. I urge the board to focus on how the
Thank you.
superintendent is doing her job
Thank
rather
you.
than letting her take from our students. Thank you.
Is this a controversial issues policy or a censorship policy? It sounds like censorship to me. And what isn't controversial? Students, we need to critique and hear all sides of issues. And the tremors I have, I've stated before, my health provider attributes to the pesticide exposure while working at a Mesty school and the microwave radiation, similar effects. Not letting someone discuss the hazards of pesticides in the classroom isn't new. 30 years ago, our Farm Without Harm group, a member addressed a middle school in this district, and the teacher, Karen Kite, I don't know where she is now, it was 30 years ago, she was censored, and she was told she had to have people from the other side of the issue. So Tri-Cal Corporation, producers of methyl bromide, came to the school, and they were going to do a big presentation in the auditorium before many classrooms about how great their toxic methyl bromide is. And of course, it damages the ozone, eyes, kidneys, spleen, all kinds of health adverse effects. Well, people from Farm Without Harm, which was a group I was a co-founder of, said, look, the original class only had 14 students. You can only have that number of students in the auditorium to hear Tri-Cal. So it would be balanced. But we hear about pesticide benefits all the time, not
Thank
the
you, Marilyn.
adverse effects.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers to this item? No? Okay, seeing none, I will now bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Turley?
So we've already decided we're not taking action on this tonight, but we're going to discuss just to kind of decide how we're going to move forward. Is that about right? Okay. I feel like there's a need for a policy. I also believe that policy work is board work, but in an absence of a board that takes leadership in developing policy, that falls to district staff to write. I'd like to suggest that a couple of board members, a couple of teachers, maybe Trustee Solinas Holtz could help us find a couple of students who might want to engage in some conversation over this issue, could help to draft something. I think part of the process would be we look at what other people are using to get some ideas. For me personally, I want to make sure that we have some guardrails against things like, I don't want to see people coming into our schools who are teaching facts according to RFK. I don't want to see people who are teaching hate or talking about anti-LGBTQ. We know what we know. These are people just like the rest of us, just like some people are tall, some people are short, some people are gay, some people are lesbian. It's just part of who we are. And to have somebody come in our schools and say that that's not true is not acceptable. So for me, those would be some kinds of things that we would want to make sure are restricted and could not come into our schools. Yeah, that covers it for me. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn? I agree with what you were saying about maybe having a group of us come together. We do need to look over policies. This is a policy that hadn't been looked at in quite some time. I also agree that the, the timing is probably not the best. But we will be looking at other policies and moving forward, recognizing that that is in fact board work and not superintendent work. So I definitely want to acknowledge the work that was put into doing this, and it's unfortunate that we didn't have the time that we needed to get really good language in there and include community. And I see that changing as we move forward as we align our resources, which is on page 8, where we determine the difference between board work and superintendent work. And I thank the community for all of your comments and suggestions and your patience with us as we figure this out, because we did inherit a mess. And where it's gonna be messy as we clean it up and try to get right what we're supposed to do and what Dr. Contreras and the administration are supposed to do. Because over the last few months since I've been appointed, there's been a lot of mix up around that, and it's caused a lot of problems. And so I appreciate effective boards coming in and helping us figure out what exactly it is that the community wants, so that the board can operate off of that and then work with the administration to implement what it is the community wants. So that's my plug to please come to one of the listening sessions. The thing that I'm hearing from community, and these are values of mine as well, is freedom, autonomy, and trust. So I want to make sure that we are including student voice and ideas, that we're including community and teachers as we go through this policy actually just opening it up. There's so many that haven't been looked at in so long, and that needs to happen. So thank you for being patient with us as we do this work. And thank you so much for your engagement in this. To me, it speaks to your desire to work with us and your desire to just be engaged and involved in this process. And I'm here for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I also want to thank everybody who is here, because this is how we make our school district work, when we're able to hear from the community and get advice on how to navigate stuff. I do know that there are teachers who want better training on how to navigate controversial issues. I was once a new teacher, and I wanted to talk about things that I knew were important, but at the time I didn't have the skills as a teacher to do so. I was very blessed that at the time there was teachers who'd been there for a while in the social studies department at Watsonville High, and gave me the training to be able to do that. I also want to share that when I started doing more of those talks within my classrooms, I learned a lot about my students. I caught myself kind of sugarcoating some things, and I had a student tell me, "Ms. Carrasco, you don't have to worry. We're exposed to so much more." And it got me thinking of, we're going back to student outcomes, improving student outcomes. I would want the students in this school district to be able to navigate a lot of those controversial issues because they affect them, their identity, their experiences. I don't want to have them graduate and leave and not know how to address racism, sexism, or any of that stuff. Because I felt like I was one of those students who graduated and I was just angry. So one of the big reasons why I wanted to come back and be a teacher is so that I could help students navigate that. Now, as I was a teacher in both preschool through 12th grade and special education, I learned that our teachers need to be respected a lot more. And when I was reading it, I was thinking, had I been on the other side and still been a teacher, I can see why a lot of the teachers would be upset about this. There's so many things that teachers have to do, and I say we because I'm still an art educator. We're always questioning ourselves of, am I doing enough? Did I do this justice? How can I bring more to the classroom? So one of the things that I'm focusing on and for myself is to bridge in more of that trust with the community and the district. I also want to say that we are trying to move forward with stuff, policy, and it's not always going to be perfect. Okay, that's where you come in and you help us navigate. But we are trying to move forward to provide those teachers with the training. Now, with this feedback that we are getting, right, we're able to maybe create something else that better fits everybody. So again, I want to thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts in your emails. Trying to think if there's anything else that I want to say. Again, going back to improving student outcomes, I think that a lot of these issues need to be discussed so that we can better navigate our students when they leave us. It's important. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just also want to say, I apologize for this mistake that we made putting an item like this directly onto consent. Our superintendent advised us several times, this is a first read, and then we have comment, and then so I'm sorry that we didn't heed your advice, and unfortunately, you've been kind of pummeled because of that. And so how we respond to these mistakes to me speaks volumes. I'd like to take a moment to address a very serious matter. We consistently remind our students that bullying is unacceptable. Yet in my role as a trustee, I've witnessed more instances of bullying amongst adults than I ever expected. A trustee who was not involved in the agenda setting process chose to publicly spread false accusations against our superintendent with regards to this agenda item. This is not an isolated incident. Time and again, I've witnessed the same trustee engage in relentless harassment and bullying, contributing to what has now become a very hostile work environment for our superintendent. Adult bullying is appalling, and as educators, leaders, and community members, we are supposed to set the example for our students, not mirror the worst behaviors. It is time we hold ourselves to the same standards we expect from our young people, the young people we serve. With this policy and with all board items, we need to focus on making decisions that are in the best interest of our students and their learning. We should have our discussions and a debate here at a public board meeting in public, not through the spread of misinformation or through flyers with offensive portraits. We need to do it here in our board meetings. And we will now going forward, be sure any of these updated board policies will have a first and a second read. And I wanted to ask Ms. Monjaras to clarify, because I know there's been a lot of accusations made about our superintendent wielding her power or other wording like that. If you can clarify that part of this policy.
Yes, so that phrase in there, the superintendent or designee, is actually a phrase, if you go through probably 90% of our board policies, that phrase is going to be in there. And it just holds, let me put it into kind of perspective. When you're an administrator or principal at a site, there's that phrase of like, everything stops with you, right? You are the one, if anything goes wrong, we go to you as the principal. It's very similar on that level to the district, right? Anything goes wrong, who do people always go to? They go to the superintendent. But in terms of board policies, that's why it also says designee. So in situations like this, it's actually not the superintendent. She or he would not be or they would not be the person who is actually making this final call. 99.999% of the time, it would be somebody at the site, usually, again, the principal, because that is who is the point person for the site and the instructional plans from there. Oops, I feel like it got turned off. Anyways, is it still good? Okay. So that's where the phrasing comes in on there, superintendent or designee. It's also a phrase that's in all of the CSBA policies, which are the legal guidelines that we follow.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify that what the teacher had mentioned earlier about that, she would have day after day, and our superintendent has a lot of things to do, and that is the last thing that she wants to have to do. Any comments over here? Okay, Trustee Salinas Holtz.
Sorry, I need a minute to think of what I was gonna say, but I think I got it. Okay. I agree with what my other board members said about this is definitely a good place to start. I feel like with getting students involved and the community in general with policies like this. And I've actually at the meeting I had yesterday, the Inner High Council, this was the first I've been encouraging students to look through the board agenda and bring up any items or topics they want to discuss. And this was the first one that students brought up. And that's exactly why I think this is a good place to start. And I think we all agree that, or most of us, that there is definitely a lot things that need to be changed with the language on this policy. And I'm glad that we're going to work together moving forward with this and future ones to involve the community in writing them. So that's my thing.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
I was really upset about this last night and didn't get much sleep, so sorry if I keep zoning out. Once again, I'm going to reiterate for those who didn't hear me the first time and who didn't hear my fellow agenda setting committee members, this was not a superintendent issue. This was the board agenda setting. Dr. Contreras had it under discussion, and in consultation with our board coach, we moved it to consent, knowing that it could be pulled. So the ownership lies with us, and all of the attacks on the superintendent have been without merit. So I'm going to start there. Next, I'm going to comment on the adult bullying, which I agree with Trustee Flores. We are setting a horrible example for our students. I was really upset about the email that went out with a really offensive caricature of the superintendent. It was really hurtful and juvenile. And if we had a student that did that to another student, they would be facing disciplinary action or PBIS. So maybe we need to use the PBIS model in order to deal with this. The next thing I'd like to comment on is that I went to the Boosters Club meeting at Aptos High School on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday night? Which is where I heard, apparently Booster Club meetings are the best place to go for the gossip. So I'm going to start doing that on a regular basis. I learned a lot that night. But one of the things that we adopted for the Aptos Boosters Club was a code of conduct policy, which perhaps we need to do in this boardroom as well. And one of the things that was most important, and I thought one of the best things that we put on this policy, was to assume positive intent. And that is not something that has been happening. We are not assuming positive intent. In fact, we assume negative intent, which is why we get angry and go to the newspaper and protest and get ourselves in like making national news for negative, horrible things when we're actually doing wonderful things in this district for our students to move it in the right direction. So one of the requests that I would like to make to, please, I didn't talk while you were talking, so I'd appreciate if you didn't want to analyze. Thank you. So second of all, aside from assuming positive intent instead of negative intent, we put this item on the agenda 2 weeks in advance so that everybody could take a look at it. And it wasn't until it made the news and a trustee's newsletter that anybody was paying attention to it. So I would encourage the public that we're putting it out there 2 weeks in advance so that you can actually take a look at it and give us feedback well before the meeting. Because we heard your feedback that we received mostly in the last 48 hours, and we did in fact pull it from consent agenda back to discussion, which is where it was in the first place. I'm going to agree with Carol that we need a policy. And it's not because of censorship, and it's not because I don't trust teachers or a lack of professionalism. You know, just like in medicine and any other workplace, there's rights with responsibilities. Meaning, yes, trust you to make the right decision until you don't make the right decision, and then we have to have an issue about it. And I kind of debated whether or not I was going to share this story, but I'm going to share it anyway. So I took my son and his friends out to dinner a few weeks ago, and we were at the dinner table, and one of my child's friends brought up a story about how his teacher held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk on September 11th. And it was not lost on him that they didn't hold a moment of silence for September 11th or the school shooting that same day. So yeah, I'm sure 99.9% of our teachers do a really great job. But the fact of the matter is I don't want my child being indoctrinated. I feel like that is my job to do at home. And I think that there needs to be a policy in place because this is not college. This is high school. This is elementary school. This is junior high. It is our job as educators and families to teach our kids how to critically think, which is a skill that is being lost now that we're relying on, ChatGPT to, summarize news for us or we have no unbiased news source in this country anymore. And so I do think that there needs to be some guardrails in regards to these things. Now, that being said, there are certain issues that I don't believe are controversial, that I don't believe all sides need to be discussed. And no offense, Marilyn, I don't agree with a lot of the things that you say, but I respect your right to say them just because they conflict with my medical training. But we should have done a better job of discussing this with the community. And I agree with, getting a group together of, teachers and students and maybe board members and community members to look at some of these policies, because the fact that this came up was, as these policies come up, we realize, oh, well, they haven't actually been looked at since 2008 or 2009, most of them. And it just so happened that this policy came up and it gave us the opportunity to look at the policy. It was not nefarious. Once again, assume positive intent. Lastly, I absolutely support the discussion of controversial topics in the classroom, but I really believe it should be student-led. And I think that there should be something in here in this policy about that and following the students with where they go. And sometimes they're going to say things that are not appropriate and, that they're reiterating from some TikTok video or podcaster that they're listening to. And instead of meeting them with contempt, meeting them, getting curious about how they came up with that, belief or how they came to that conclusion. Because I think just attacking, really extreme views shuts down the conversation, which is how we ended up so polarized where we are today. I do think that there needs to be a lot more professional development on navigating these issues. I appreciate, Jessica, you sharing your experience as a new teacher, because some teachers are really comfortable discussing these things, like Mr. Pels, and he does a great job in his classroom. But maybe all of our teachers don't feel comfortable addressing these controversial issues. So I think that there should be some training and professional development and some ongoing assessment as well. So once again, I want to apologize for it being in consent agenda. That was an error on our part. But I hope that going forward, we can try to be more collaborative. We can try to get our news in the media in a positive way instead of clickbait, angry headlines. And so that is the commitment I'm willing to make, and I hope that the community will make back. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn.
So I just want to reflect back a few things. So you had mentioned that we are working on getting the agenda out sooner. I actually heard about this right away. And so that being the case, my understanding is with this, new action that we're taking by having the agenda out sooner, it gives the community time to look at it. We will have things in consent agenda just to help make our meetings shorter. And if there is any sort of question mark about that or clarification needed, community is welcome to reach out and ask for it to be revised or it to be pulled. And we can do that, and we can do a revision of the agenda until we can't, until 72 hours beforehand. So I'm sorry. Oh, can you put your mic on, please?
Once we add something, we
Mhm.
can't pull it.
Right, but we can
do an
revise it.
amendment or
Right.
say this was amended because, or whatever. but-
Right. Okay. So this is an opportunity to work with the board and the community in this moment about how things will look moving forward. And again, one of the things since I came back from medical leave, people were asking me how I was doing, and I would say better and better every day. And I've not stopped saying that. And I've actually applied it to my life and how I just operate personally, because I'm not perfect. I make mistakes all the time. I fail big, really big. And I encourage our students to do that too, because if you're not failing, you're not trying. And so with that, thank you for allowing me to be better and better every day. And I ask you to join me.
Thank you. That is a very nice note to end on, unless there's any more discussion from the board.
Just a question how we're going to move forward. Since it's not on the agenda, I'm guessing we can't form a committee.
No, I think that the superintendent has heard what what our concerns are and what we would like to see. So going forward, yeah, she will begin to work on that.
Well, I had brought up that we would work on that with students, with teachers. So I would be willing to do that informally and just ask a couple of my fellows if they wanted to work on that with me. Or we could agendize forming an official committee.
We can work on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this discussion, and our changes going forward. So now that brings us to our new item 9.2, which was 9.1, our COE review of the 2025-2026 LCAP and adopted budget. This report will be presented by, is Gerardo, or it says, okay, by Gerardo, our CBO. Thank you.
It's ready. It's working. Okay. Good evening, President Flores, board members, Superintendent Contreras. We are presenting a budget update. Actually, all of these slides, you already see that during the adopted budget. So just gonna present that to the community where we are. And I wanna clear right from the beginning, this is the general fund we're talking about. So this is not Measure M. There's a completely restricted funds. So this is our general fund, and does not include other funds like bond funds that is for facilities. Child nutrition is only general fund. Next slide, please. As always, we always start our presentations with our vision and mission. Just take a moment for you to read it. So, okay, next slide. So, why we're here, each of the board members, superintendent, receive a warning letter regarding our budget from the county. The county has oversight of all the districts. One of the main responsibilities is fiscal. They be able to meet their obligations for the current year and the following 2 years. So could you click on the link, please? Can you go to, we tried before, it was working, but. Can you go to? I mean, I try it from my computer. Well, just. No, okay. That's okay. Just go back to the next slide. I will just talk about it. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, within the letter, it's a 12-page document, but part of the letter specifies where we are in the current fund balance. That is for 25-26 is $45 million, and then goes to 29.8, and then it goes to $12 million. And what the county says in the letter, watch out, if you continue in this process, you eventually will be a process called qualify and negative. And what this means is that our board will not have the power to make local decisions, and eventually the state will take over. This is unfortunately happening, and it has happened to several districts in California. I don't want to mention any names, but it takes a very long time to get out of that process. The good news that we still have time to do something about it. You know, I talk about the fund balance, and what it is you in this current year, we are having a structural deficit of about $10 million, and next year it will be 15.5, and the next million is 17.8. Imagine in our local budgets, in our local household, if we use our savings that we have to pay rent for 1 month, once we use those funds, the money is gone. We still have to figure out a way to live within our home. Either we figure out how to make more money or cut our expenditures, or a combination of both. So that's where we are right now. So our fund balance, our savings, we can only use it one time. Can you go to the next slide, please? So, and while we are here, again, this is our declining enrollment is one of the most significant reasons we're here. It's not a blaming to anybody. It's part of it's happening throughout the state, and many districts are having the same issue. However, our declining enrollment is a lot higher than many other districts due to the community that we serve. As we're having less kids, but it's also where we live in the community. And I just want you to focus since COVID. Since COVID, we have lost over 300 students. That is equivalent to $50.6 million. And actually, the decline is even greater than that, because in 23-24, we added a new grade into our system. We added transitional kindergarten. And even with that, it's another 300 students. Even with adding a new grade, we're still in declining enrollment. So we need to work together to get out of this. Next slide, please. And this is how much we pay on health benefits during the last 6 years. You will notice that it says actuals. This is right to the penny how much we pay in each year in health benefit costs district-wide. So just in the last couple years, our health benefits have increased over 17%. So even if we have less people, more people, even looking at all of that, we have paid significantly more in health benefits. Again, it's not, it's part of the where we are, and now there's no blame. It's just a fact that health costs are significant higher and have continued to increase year after year. Next slide, please. So where we are in our budget, actually before I start my job, is our district was in very similar situation back in the spring of 2020, in March of 2020. And then fortunately, unfortunately, we receiving ESSER funds. And what I call here for this purpose is COVID funds. We received significant one-time money. It was one-time money. So the issues that we had to deal back in 1920, it would just move forward. Our issues that we own together don't go away with time. They continue. So we have continued with some positions. And so we are about protecting our students and maintaining our local control. So we had ESSER funds that help us move that. We talk about a declining enrollment. Something that is new this year that we did not have before is the federal impacts. So we are actually having in federal shutdown. What that means is we actually cannot get paid for the federal revenues. We think that eventually we will get paid because those are part of last year. But what is worse is we are going to get federal cuts. Different programs are targeted, and we need those federal programs to maintain some in those federal funds to maintain some programs. I don't know what percentage yet. We monitor that actually every day, but there will be some federal cuts. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps and why we're here? The first step is we need to acknowledge the issue in order to be better, like where we are. So we will recommend some reductions to the board because it's about protecting and maintaining control over our district. We don't want to give the power to a single individual, as we were talking at the state level, to make decisions for us. They will not listen to the board. They will not listen to the community. They will just make the decisions for us. So, so we will make some recommendations to the board. We need to support the board. And so in making these difficult decisions, I guarantee none of you were in the board to make cuts, none of you. But if we don't make some adjustments, either we increase revenue with the pensions, eventually the state will take us over. It's a matter in a short period of time. So we will be we're in the community. We're sharing this message. We're sharing it as much as we can. We're visiting every school and several groups, organizations. Next slide, please. So the next slide, we want to just share, again, this is part of the doctor budget. It's presented a little bit different, but this is our latest or general fund unrestricted, how it's budgeted. 41.2% we spend our budget is certificated salaries. Certificated means anybody who has a teaching credential within the district, includes not just teachers, includes administrators from the school size and also the district office. Next slide. Next slide is a classified salaries, what I call support staff. And within this slide includes anybody who doesn't have a teaching credential, bus drivers, secretaries, instruction OAs. So anybody who doesn't have a teaching credential. Next slide, please. And then we have benefits. This slide, I want to be very clear, includes all the statutory benefits, not just healthcare that I included in the previous slide. This includes pairs, stairs, pensions, social security, workers' compensation, and health benefits. So out of total, or part of the pie, 92% is on salaries and benefits. Next slide. Then we include books and supplies, that is, and the California School Accounting Manual defines that as any item that costs less than $500. Next slide. And then we have services. Within this slide includes contracts, but also the majority of this, it is the utilities such as electricity, water, gas, and some leases and repairs. So this is how we spend our general fund unrestricted. Next slide, please. This is the same slide that we would discuss previously. Next slide, please. So our budget is variable. You know, the board approves the budget 3 times a year. And you would think about it, actually changes daily because we had to make adjustments. However, when the majority of the budget is tied to salaries and benefits, even as we make adjustments, it doesn't change much 1% to another during the year. And so up to this point, we discussed how we spend the money. That now is how we receive our funds. 91% of revenue depends on the state. So in a district like us, we do as well as a state does at the state level. The majority of this is average daily attendance, what we call a local control funding formula. So it's not just important for the students to attend a school to learn, but that's actually how we get paid. Another, I want to mention 2 larger portions is the lottery, expanded learner opportunity programs, the ELOP, the after school programs, and some special ed that are included in here. Then the other one is 7% is the federal funds. The biggest portion is this is our Title I, and our local revenues is there are some donations, but the majority of this portion is the interest that we earn from having our cash in the county treasurer. So that's how we receive our revenue. Next slide. So again, with the community, there is this is a scan for action for ask questions. We have received several of those questions. We are working on those responses, and we will post those. Our goal is to post those every 2 weeks, and you could scan these questions, and this will be posted in our webpage as well. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, I'm really happy about this. Our board want to listen to the community, and these are the days and times of the 4 scheduled meetings already. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing first presentation from you. Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Ricardo Martinez, still here? Ricardo? Providence, Brandon, and Marilyn. Chris, you're on 9.2. Did you mean 9.1? Okay. So you want 9.1?
Chris's comments were to the listening session item.
Okay.
So I want to start by thanking Olivia for acknowledging the mistakes that you made on the agenda setting committee. It's kind of shocking that you don't even heed the advice of the superintendent. But I want to talk about this. I just gave you all a handout that has the actual updated numbers, because I believe that it is gaslighting when we present a letter that is approving the budget as a warning that unless we act, the state's going to take us over. Ultimately, that letter is approving our budget. It is not a warning letter. It is gaslighting and dishonest to present outdated data, to overinflate the deficit, just to further advance the narrative that the sky is falling. These numbers are based off the estimated actuals and not the unaudited actuals. Using the unaudited actuals makes that $10 million deficit disappear. So why are we using the estimated numbers and not the unaudited numbers? It is gaslighting to go to school site council meetings and use these meetings as a vessel to sow gloom and doom. We just saw a slide that said that the district has 50 positions that are funded with one-time COVID monies. We just eliminated 48.65 positions from layoffs last year. So were those the COVID funding positions? Or are we going to keep using the argument that we funded COVID money with COVID monies, and now we have to cut them when we just did, actually? And that's not even counting all of the ways that we're bypassing layoffs to eliminate positions in counseling, psychologists, program specialists, and nurses. So this data is old. This letter using the unaudited actuals, why is that important? I just said that if you look at slide 7 on the handout I gave y'all, the unrestricted side of the house, we are consistently running like the opposite of a deficit. We have a surplus. But when, and then you look at slide number 2, that's the actual deficit. Slide number 4 shows that we consistently overestimate or underestimate our general fund. And then please just take a look at slide 11, because our rising cost of healthcare is often used as a boondoggle. But when you look at the cost of our health benefits as a percentage of our total budget, it's actually shrinking. So are the percentage of the budget going to our salaries, while the percentage of the budget going to services and operating expenditures grows. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn?
Well, thank you, Brandon. That was sure a different set of figures than what's presented here. It's clear that money to education in general from the federal level is being cut. I just heard on the radio today, $170 billion is going to ICE, including flock and surveillance systems. I was thinking, boy, what the schools could do with that misappropriated money that is harming people. I also I'm curious how much money is going to all this computers, broadband, wireless technology that is so toxic. That could be cut and replaced with wired computers. And I just want to read here from, it might be controversial. Might be controversial, but I'm going to read it. It's from the American Academy of Environmental Medicine. Quote, adverse health effects such as learning disabilities, altered immune response, headaches, etc., from wireless radio frequency fields do exist and are well documented in the scientific literature, unquote. And I see in this item 9.1, it talks about boosting academic outcomes. You can't boost academic outcomes when children are in a toxic microwave oven. Those are my words. Back to American Academy of Environmental Medicine. I'm going to give this to you. In September 2010, the Journal of the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, Fertility and Sterility reported that only 4 hours of exposure to a standard laptop using Wi-Fi cause DNA damage to human sperm. You're talking about reduced fertility and attempt populations in schools.
Thank you, Marilyn.
This is a factor.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no more comments on this item, if those two gentlemen are no longer here, correct? Or the two other comments? Okay, so I will now bring it back to the board for discussion. Who would like to start?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, Trustee Navarro.
Can you address the comments made by Brandon Neath?
Yes, yes, of course. I just received this document, and this is our latest. That's our budget. This is our budget. The narrative actions are 24, 25, and this is, we are talking about 25, 26 for 26, 20, 27. Okay. Do I have to say that again? Good. Will you? So, sorry, thank you for, I'm learning. It's my first time. You hear? No, I said I just received this slide right now when I was sitting down. So we are talking about this for our budget for 25, 26 as we move on for 26, 27 and 27, 28. You know, we have to have a budget that is solving not just for the current year, but 2 following years. What is the narrative actions are actually are for 24, 25. And those are ended on June 30, 2025. And I will spend more time reviewing these documents. Again, what we share with you is our budget that was reviewed by the county, who spent a lot of time and sent you the 12 pages, and that is our message to the board and to the community.
And the reason you're focusing on unrestricted funds is because the restricted funds are all earmarked for something, correct?
Yeah, our district actually has received significant restricted funds, but those are for specific programs that we cannot really use for ongoing, or what I call the core programs for salaries and benefits. Like we have to spend it. For instance, the ELO program, you know, that's the arts and music. You know, those are, you combine it as a total, yeah, you compare that to the previous year. We did not have those funds in previous years. Now we do. So our focus is the general fund unrestricted portion, because that's how we maintain that. And that's how the county reviews our budget.
Are you able to pull the letter up?
Can you try that again one more time? Yeah, because I think it's very, I actually missed some information that I want to share. Why doesn't
I
really?
think you can just do open link. Right click.
Yeah, right
click.
click.
Open link. Right down. Nope, down.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Exit. You clicked the wrong one.
Just click OK. Should be. That is. Yeah, go to page 3 first, please. Yes. So it's a 12-page letter, but yeah, can you make that larger, please? You see how go down, go down.
So just to clarify, this was a process that the County Office of Education did and does for the other school districts, correct?
Yes, yes. And you will see that in there is that we are required to maintain the minimum. Let's be very clear, is the minimum is 3%, and that is about $10.7 million for our budget for this year. Our one monthly expenditures is over 30 million. This minimum reserve doesn't even cover 2 weeks of salaries and benefits. So, and again, it's in the third year, we are really close to that. So we had to make some, the county saying you have to work with this. And it's a AB 1200 that I call. That's a reason why we had to do current year and in the next year, is because we need to plan for it. And we receive the majority of revenue from the students. We don't have the students. You know, that's just want to be very clear that. Mhm.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, of course.
So Brandon talked about the layoffs that we had and the ESSER funds. It's my understanding that actually most of the ESSER positions have not been laid off at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we started the process. We are here is we started with ESSER funds and then we move it to other funding source because the ESSER funds are gone. We don't have any penny. So that's why they are here. They are not. They're those positions that were created with ESSER funds. For whatever reason, the priority are continue to be in our system.
And unfortunately, when those positions were hired with one-time funding, it was not clear
Yeah.
that those were one-time
Yeah.
limited positions.
Yeah, and I just want to share something. Like if some districts did the opposite of us, right? Like when we receive this one-time funds ESSER, they invest in infrastructure and programs as one time to continue saving in the future. High efficiency HEs, better playgrounds, so to create safety. So we did the opposite of what's recommended. I'm not blaming anybody, and this is a difficult job, but it's just those one-time funds had to be used, highly recommended for one-time purposes only.
But my understanding is with a lot of grant money, if you don't spend it, you lose it. And some of those projects take a while to get started. And so the district at the time was thinking, we have all this money we need to spend. The easiest way to spend it is on people without the
Yeah.
foresight to realize that
Mhm.
once the money dried up, what were you going to do then?
Yeah. You don't want to return any funds back to the feds. Yeah, and that was very strict, and there was a lot of quarterly reporting. It's a lot of work to keep track of these funds. So yes. So yes.
So in summary, before I turn it over to my board members, we still have many positions that are ESSER funded that now are going to be moved to.
Well, no,
They,
they're not
they
ESSER.
have been moved already for
They
this
have
year.
been? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just in summary, like this letter was highly concerning to me and I don't think we could just blow it off. And we need to take it seriously.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
So what I'm understanding, to clarify with what you're saying, that because we voted to continue having those jobs without any ESSER funds to fund them, the jobs still existed, and so we had to pay people. And so that's why those jobs are still there and they were not eliminated. I don't have Brandon here to clarify, but I think what he's talking about is something different. And
No, he was, my understanding, and I don't know where he went, but my understanding was he was saying that they were talking about the ESSER positions and we eliminated that number of people last year, but it doesn't understand.
Those numbers to numbers and not.
It's not numbers to numbers. It's also not positions to positions because a lot of those positions were highly paid mental health clinician positions and not necessarily teacher positions. So it's like comparing apples to oranges.
Well, kind of, but to clarify, if you remember back last year, I talked about inheriting two problems. One was the sunsetting ESSER dollars and the one-time funded positions. So we needed to address that. But also the very severe declining enrollment. And when you have less students, then that equals less services. And in education, services equals positions. And so we needed to address two things. And with the positions, with the one-time dollars, when you keep those positions, but the funding source has gone away, the positions are still there. You have to find a funding source. So in our case, the funding source became our unrestricted dollars, but we're only given unrestricted dollars to fund the number of students in the district. So then when we overspend, because we're not bringing in the amount of money to spend on, we only bring in the amount of money to service the number of students. So when we overspend because we have more people than we have students receiving the services, that we create a deficit. So I guess if you think through your household budget, it's like, if you're spending more than your salary and you continue going into your savings, then your savings depletes and depletes and depletes. And so that's the situation that we've created. So we still have those positions, and that has created the deficit spending that we're in.
And it's we have a structural deficit spending. Sometimes when we have restricted funds, as you mentioned, Vice President Navarro, is sometimes those takes year, and you had we're talking about the unrestricted, and we only have like funds like to cover like a month and a half of expenditures, and like in 2 years we're planning for next year. We will not even have. We don't want to go to qualify and negative day because we have so much reporting. We have to do one more report to the board, to the county, and it's a lot of scrutiny. So again, we have some time to manage that, but this is our year, and our decisions, as much as difficult they are, they just get more difficult with time and more painful for students.
But the other thing that I think is confusing in our district is we do have a lot of restricted funding. And so our restricted funding are those dollars that are restricted. You can only spend them on certain things. And so those restricted dollars allow us to do things like programs for students, like the letters training. We were able to invest in our teachers to get high quality professional development that will improve the outcomes for our students. That's coming from our restricted dollars that can only be spent on professional development towards student outcomes. We're very, very blessed in that way. And so sometimes that becomes confusing, like you have money, but it can't be spent towards salaries or benefits. Another example of that is we heard earlier this evening the comment of you have $32 million in that you're paying towards consultants. Those dollars are grant dollars. Some of them are for like our CTE pathways, and we hire consultants for those CTE pathways. We have millions of dollars to help us for our students with the CTE pathways, and those are consultants. And those are all services to students. And so when you look at that, sometimes it's hard to understand, like, oh, those are consultants for administrators. They're not. Those are consultants. Some of them are small contracts but some of them are for like our extended learning programs after school. Some of them are for our CTE pathways. Some of those are for PVPSA and providing mental health services for our students. So it does become confusing. Another thing is we have a community who is amazing and believes in us and passed a $315 million bond. And so then people think, we have $315 million. And over the next 10 years, we do have $315 million, but that is only for our facilities. So those are these different funding streams. So school finance is very, very complex. So when we talk about our economic troubles, we are talking about our unrestricted fund balance, and that is only related to salaries for our employees.
Just because Trustee Flynn had asked a clarifying question and regarding what Brandon Denise said, and I know Dr. Contreras touched on it, that we had two very important items to tackle, and one being the ESSER positions and another being declining enrollment positions. And so just to clarify for you, we had those positions that Brandon mentioned, and then he said, but we did eliminate positions. Well, those positions that did eventually get eliminated was because of declining enrollment specifically, and the pink slips, and would have been done through attrition had we not, that's how we had done it before. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So that still brings me to the previously ESSER funded positions that are still in place, right? I'd like to know what the total amount of that is, of those positions. Are you able to,
We can
okay,
get,
that's fine. You can get it to me later.
we
That's
can,
just a question that I have moving
yeah,
forward.
the answer is yes, we can get it, but I
Okay.
cannot get it right
Yeah,
now.
that's fine.
So
That's fine. I did
so-
not prepare you for that question to be ready for that question. So that's.
Yeah,
I-
I can give you an average and estimated, but we want to give you the actual and the positions what they are. We know what positions.
Yeah,
they
I'd like
are.
I'd like to know that. And yeah, I think that I thought that I made it clear in February, and that it was just clear that ESSER funded positions were going to have to be no longer, because there is no funding for it. So yeah, I'd like to just know what
I will-
that
I
is.
will-
Yeah, you don't, yeah, just you can get back to me on that. And then, Brandon had mentioned that these are unaudited actuals. And so I wanted to ask you to speak to that. And then one other thing is this letter from the county as a warning letter. Can you please help the community understand why it's referred to as a warning letter? Because is there specific language in there that says it's a warning letter, or are we interpreting it as a warning letter?
Yeah. So let me answer your first question. Then an unaudited actuals actually for 24, 25, and they ended in June 30, 2025. So this is what we're presenting to you is that adopted budget for 25, 26, the one that you approved in June. These are our numbers. This is our latest budget. We will come back to you again in December for presenting the first interim, and at that point in time, we will update our budget. Based on the we by that point with a new not another interaction, but this is what was the latest that is in our system that the county approved that it will review. Yes, it will change a little bit, but when the majority on the unrestricted side will not change significant. And the restricted, yes, because it's carryovers, and we close the books, our auditor. So that's the first question. And what was your other sort of question that you rephrased it?
About the warning letter?
Yeah. It is, I mean, you just have to read what it says. Yeah, for me, that's.
I understand that, but I
so-
think
so-
it's important that the
so
community hear
for
from
me, they
this.
just like they're asking us to do some changes, and I want to mention if when you look, I talk about the enrollment for the district. Part of my review analysis when I took this job, I actually spent a lot of time looking at the enrollment by grade level, and if you look at spending like our kindergarteners. I look at the history for the last year. It's a data quest, and everybody could have access to that. Has been declining year after year. So what this means is this declining enrollment will get better only we have more kids, or the ones that are coming. The grades, that's our biggest issue. The kids that are coming into our system from new has been significantly less. So that continues going up all the way to 12th grade. So that's where we are right now in the declining enrollment. So our, immigration has that thing to do, but that's that's you spend time analyzing the data. Enrollment is our declining enrollment, especially that's a big issue for us.
Thank you for bringing us back to that, because I know that from
Mhm.
my previous board service at a much smaller school with a much smaller budget, we were always looking at enrollment and looking at from our 7th grade enrollment, how that would carry over, and then historically, and then where the drop off would be after 8th grade, and that how that would affect our ADA. So thank you for calling that out.
I also wanted to, you mentioned, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jessica. Did you wanna go?
Yes.
That's right.
I just wanted to say, Gerardo, thank you for doing this presentation in Spanish for our parents in DLAC. Because I know that in the last meetings that I had been there in the spring, there was a lot of questions. So, and then Claudia as well, for a lot of the schools that I did the outreach for. And there was something in those presentations that you also told the parents. It was like a light bulb for them. And you said that it's not just about having them enrolled, but having them come every day. Yeah. And that was something that I saw a lot of them kind of look at each other like, oh, like connecting the dots about our attendance campaign. So thank you for that.
Es un placer. ¿No? Yeah.
Trustee Turley, did you have any comments? Okay, Trustee Navarro?
So I just wanted to go back to your analogy of we either have, if you have a certain amount of money and a certain amount of bills to pay and your bills are going up, you have to do one of two things. You either have to cut expenses or you have to make more money. So we've asked, at the very beginning when we all started this process back in January, there was a lot of requests from the community to be more creative. And I want to point out what we're doing to be more creative because, like I said, I don't think we've been highlighting a lot of the good work that we've been doing. So, one of the things that we did is, they were talking about potentially looking at closing Mar Vista, which is right on the border with the SoCal schools. And by turning that into a TK through 8 and giving parents that live on the border of Aptos and SoCal another option to maybe not send their kids to junior high and to keep them children for longer, that actually gave us the opportunity to look at rethinking or reimagining that school instead of closing that school. And because it's on the border, drawing more kids from the SoCal schools into our district. And also, unfortunately, what happens at that school is a lot of the kids go on to New Brighton. And then if they go on to New Brighton, they go to SoCal, and we're losing all those students from the district. So that would be an example of a creative solution to try to increase our enrollment, as is PV Elevate, as is the early college at PV High. So I want to point out to the community what the district office and the board are trying to do to be creative to bring more money. But the fact of the matter is that the bills are getting higher. Healthcare expenses are never going to go down. They're going to keep going high until we get Medicare for all. And that's just a fact. So we need to be mindful of the budget going forward. Every industry deals with this, which is why, pensions don't really exist anymore. And we're moving away from those and trying to get, people to buy into their benefits more because the Cadillac policies of old, are just not sustainable.
Exactly, yeah. You're operating in the old model, new reality. It's called out how to do that. Switch thinking. Everything that you say, plus I think the initiative about increasing attendance in schools, so that's help. You can look at the competition between schools, the teachers they get that really helps. So that is great. So we have more ideas from the community that we are here for that, for listening, right? That's just yes. So thank you.
And we've already lost one CBO, so I hope that we can take advice from you and not lose you as well. So thank you for your work.
And then I just want to, any more comments? Okay, I just want to complete it by saying thank you for this presentation and thank you for highlighting this letter again. I had brought it up at a previous board meeting because yes, it's not a warning letter. It is the letter that the COE provides to us after they approve our budget, but it came with this, section where it is telling us to look out because just based on what I'm reading here, we're getting very close with next year because we do have to go out 3 years. So yes, the sky's not falling right now, but if we don't make some changes now, we're gonna find ourselves in next year, looking out 3 years from there, in trouble. And I don't want to get into receivership. I don't want to, any of that, lose any of that because yeah, and get qualified, none of that. So our as trustees up here, our job is to not only, hire our superintendent, but also to look over our budget. And those are our two main jobs. And so if we need to heed your advice. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank you for that QR code. That's amazing. I hope we can get that pushed out to all of our parents. I think it's nice that if anyone has a question, they have a way to reach you and ask you a question. And if there's ever like a good one that you think, is coming up a lot, maybe we can add that in our newsletter or, yes, and put it out there so everyone can see that these are the questions that, because if one person has it, I'm sure there's more people who have that same question. So I thank you for making yourself available that way.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So that now concludes item 9.2, and I will move us on to our final report and discussion item. This is item 9.3, our board listening sessions. So this is a standing item that we're going to have on our agenda while we're doing these listening sessions, just so that if there are any questions we want to ask, we have this time because, we have to do this at a public meeting. We're not allowed to discuss with more than 4 of us. So do we have any public speakers to this item? Chris?
I want to thank you for having these. I think it's a good move, and I welcome Greg and his work here. I think it's a good cause. For me, when I think student outcomes, like one that is particularly important to me, I think would be a good goal, is for every year, we'll put a number on it, 0 suicides, 0 violent things. That should be just a standing goal for. And then also, just one thing I wanted to, that I think about behavior or culture that needs to change is that we need to focus more on like developing from the ground up. Like, maybe we would ask schools, imagine you have one less section. Let's just go conservative, right? Let's just say like you got one less section. What would your ideal school like? What programs do you want? I think we've gotten into trouble when we do top-down stuff and we kind of force, oh, this program, you will have this school, because from the perspective of the people making this decision, that's great for them. But if the students aren't into it, then like we're not really getting the full value there. Also, another thing that needs to change, I think, is we need to be able to like face facts more. And like we need to be able to allow people to speak facts, and like we can't be censoring and we can't be allowing retaliation. And I know there's more recent examples but one thing that I think of, partly because this administrator is still here at PV, when they were at Renaissance, one example of where I kind of felt this was like midsummer, they decided to change the role of academic advisor to kind of diminish it. So students lost agency, and then they lost like access to their main classes. And then what happened was teachers were getting the blame for kids being in the wrong classes. And this gets to another thing where we need to be listening to our stakeholders. So and informing them. We need to be transparent. So I brought that transparency. I put a poster on my door that said, "Attention students, regarding schedule changes, know that I did not kick anyone out of my class. Talk to me if you take issue with your schedule. Advisors have never had less say in your schedule than they do right now. Please be sure you got the correct culprit before you go blaming me or your advisor. Here's what I did do. Request 1 or 2 students be switched from one period to another. It wasn't honored. Switch one of my advisees into my class at their request based on their credit need.
Thank you,
Request was
Chris.
honored with a delay." So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other speakers to this item? Okay, so now I will bring it back to the board for discussion. So we haven't had one of our official, listening sessions yet, but we have gone out to a few meetings and received some input, and we've received some emails. So this is a good time to discuss what we've learned so far and see if there's anything we want to tweak or, improve. So, okay, who wants to go first? Anyone? Trustee Flynn.
I was really happy to have been able to ask for time for the next home and school club meeting at Aptos Junior High, as well as the school site council meeting. I don't know the dates of those off the top of my head. I need to go back and look. But so there's going to be one there. And then I reached out to the president of the home and school club at Mar Vista to schedule time at that one. I ran into a community leader, Ray Cancino of Community Bridges, and connected and asked him if there were community members that he felt we needed to reach out to schedule time to listen. And he put me in touch with a PVUSD site. I don't know, liaison, I guess. And and that was Andrea Willie. And so I'm working with her to schedule time for, I don't remember the name of the group. Okay, PVC Collaborative. And I think there was one other one. Okay. Yes, that's what it is, South County Triage. And then I have not yet, but I want to reach out to Raiz y Cariño and check in with them, and Prism, the Prism Club. So really trying to have a far and wide reach around from as far north as Mar Vista to as far south as PMS. That's the furthest south. Is that the furthest south? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Hall. Yes, thank you. But wanting to make sure that all voices are heard, and I'm open to suggestions. We have the 4 big meetings, and please don't feel, I don't want people to feel like they have to go to the site closest to them. Go to the site that is convenient for their schedule. And yeah, please just reach out to us with any other suggestions on who in community we should listen to. Thank you. And I'm glad that this is going to be on the recurring, because tomorrow is going to be the first one. So we'll have.
Are we recording these? The listening sessions? Okay. We might want to consider maybe doing an online one going forward.
Yeah, yes, not necessarily a recorded one, but I had talked to Dr. Contreras about doing a Zoom. I think, did I mention that when we met? Oh, okay. It was somebody else about doing a Zoom. Did I? I don't know. Somebody I mentioned. Oh, yeah, maybe it was you.
I think a lot of
know.
us have gotten used to these online meetings, and so it would be just another way to engage with the public. So I
Yeah.
think we should consider having some virtual ones.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of our school site councils who like hold their meetings via Zoom because it's easier. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, just want to make it as accessible as possible.
Trustee Turley?
I've attended 3 site councils so far, and I haven't gotten an invitation to come back. So maybe Trustee Flynn, you could coach me a little bit on how to get them to invite us to come. But we are working on a couple of others. One I'm unsure about how to make it happen is a meeting with students. Are there opportunities? Do you have an idea? Oh, I thought it looked to me like Superintendent Contreras was going
If for students, what we can do is put you in contact with principals at each grade span, and they can help you to arrange for that. they'll know the best ways. What about Trustee Salinas Holtz's meeting that he holds with? I think I told someone too about Inner High Council would be a great opportunity, and they meet before each board meeting. Another good opportunity would be my Student Advisory Council, and I think our next meeting is October 30th. October 30th. Yeah, which I have a very packed agenda already because we are working on our homework board policy and we have time, but we could probably, I mean, it just depends on how long you would want. We could probably do 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes isn't even gonna
That's yeah,
start.
I feel like that would be a good time to go and introduce the idea to them. Maybe tell them what the questions are so they have some time to think about it, and then ask for time for the next one in November. What you could do is go and introduce the idea and then ask them for where would be great places back at your school for us to come. And when do you think would be the best times and who should be the best people to talk to? Straight from them, because they may have better ideas even than their principals might. Mhm.
And I would also caution, because this is just for my own students and maybe for the rest of you that have high schoolers, the ASB students, they're great, they're super involved, but don't always reflect the actual high school community.
That is one thing I love about this Student Advisory Council. The 4D students that we have are a mix of students. They're not just ASB students. They reflect a really broad population base. Yeah.
Trustee Navarro, did you have more questions?
I just wanted to say a little, just a little something, since Joy and I will be holding our first session. We're going to be the guinea pigs tomorrow night. So when I was at the Booster Club meeting, I heard some things, and I just wanted to clarify. I know that I think there was a little confusion when the flyer went out about what these listening sessions are intended to do and what our goals are. And I heard some chatter about people coming to, air grievances, which is fine if people want to use the time for that. But I would hope that if that is the intended goal and you're coming to bring a grievance, please give some thought as to what the underlying value or goal is behind that grievance that you want to address, so we can drill down on that, because you could either think about it before, or we're going to question you in the moment to try to drill down to get at what the actual issues are. I think that another thing is we have not released the questions yet, but I convinced, after Greg and I discussed today, we decided to go ahead and actually announce what the questions are. So I don't know if you would like to do that.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was going to ask, can we say what they are? I don't have them. I don't have it. Yeah.
I can tell you that the first one is, what, as a community, teachers, students, what do we want our students to be able to know and do by the time they graduate from high school, and what educational milestones we want them to, check off along the way to get to that. That was number one. I'm stalling there, and then
yeah. What should students know and be able to do by the time they graduate? What are your priorities for the students in the district? What supports do you think our students need to be successful? So it's simple on purpose and broad on purpose, because we don't want to pigeonhole anybody in their thought. And we know, as Greg mentioned, that everybody dreams big for their students and for their children. And so we want that. We want to hear what those dreams are and what you envision and what your values are. So this is going to be a process, and we thank you so much for joining us in it. I think this is probably the first time that the board and PVUSD has done anything like this.
So this is groundbreaking work that we're doing, and we're so excited to be doing it with you. And so just ponder those questions and bring your thoughts and answers with you as you attend these meetings. There will be opportunity to share if for some reason you're unable to attend a meeting at any time. But again, we're going to schedule lots, so hopefully you'll be able to make one. And there will be interpretation as well. Not necessarily tomorrow. I'm going to rely on you for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and there won't be childcare, but children are welcome because they're our kids and we want to see them. And that's who we're here for.
And just in order to meet another community expectation, our goal is truly to listen. It's not to come up with solutions or problem solve. It's to actually collect information. And so we're not going to be doing a lot of the talking. We'll be asking questions, but we are going to do our best to keep our own opinions out of it, because that's not really our role. Our role is not to steer you in any particular direction. It's truly just to listen to what the concerns are and what the goals are for our community, for our students, so we can determine, after listening to all of the relevant groups, what are the overarching themes, so that we can come up with our 3 to 5 specific goals that we can work on. Because currently, right now, we're flying blind, right? There was an analogy during the training that, when you get into an Uber, you tell them the destination where you want to go, but you don't tell them, like, make a left here, make a right there, don't go down that street, da da da. You're not micromanaging the whole way. You tell them the destination, and then you maybe give them specific guardrails, like don't go through that tunnel. Oh, that freeway, I know that street is blocked, don't go in that direction. So we need to give our superintendent a destination, and we need to give our superintendent some guardrails of where not to veer off into. But right now, we're just kind of flying blind. So we can't really hold our superintendent or even ourselves accountable if we don't know where we're going.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Trustee Carrasco?
I attended, so some of my outreach, I was able to attend at Freedom Elementary School. And then Claudia was able to do the presentation. I was also able to attend Rolling Hills. And in that presentation, there were a lot of parents who didn't know that there's certain charter schools in our community where we don't get the ADA funding. So those were things that I noticed, that there's still parents who, this presentation was really important. They were able to ask questions that they didn't know. And then I already shared about DLAC and my experience. It was nice to see all of the parents also looking at each other and discussing these issues further. My only concern is, so for a mess day, I'm supposed to go November 6th, but that's too late. A lot of the dates are already over. So I went ahead and I went last Friday, but there was only 4 teachers. So if there's a way where we can maybe inform them before the dates are over, that way they're able to attend. Because I want to say that November 6th, there is the Watsonville High one. And that's why I didn't sign up for the Watsonville High one originally. But then after that, that's it. There's no more information.
I don't think that that's the end of the road. I think that that was just some dates to get on the calendar, and that's not going to be the end. I think that, at least when we were talking with Greg and I today, I think the idea is that we're going to continue to add more dates.
Okay.
And go through the end of the year so that we can actually start the new year with the information. And then the 3 pieces of information, I got to go back in my notes. So this is what you can expect that you're going to get back, right? So step 1 is we're going to listen for the, community values and vision. And then we're going to basically come up with raw data that we're going to present back to you. That's step 1. And then step 2 is a 5-page long document with a frequency analysis, word cloud interpretation, that these are kind of the issues that come up the most. You may, remember word cloud, the words that are biggest are the ones that are most frequent, and then all the small ones in between. And then the third one, oh shoot, what was the third one? Greg. Thought I wrote it down.
is the
Oh, the goals and
actual-
guardrails.
the actual policy document. Yeah, so bring your community along, share back the raw data of the survey and what that's the observation. We practice observation versus interpretation. Then share back how you're interpreting exactly what they said in that summary analysis. So that way, if people want to do their own analysis, they have the raw data and they can draw their own conclusions, and they can feel if they can hold you accountable for a quality analysis or not. And then lastly is the policy document, which actually says these are the 1 to 3, definitely no more than 5 goals and guardrails.
And along step 1 and 2, hopefully that's where we find out if we're getting it wrong before we move to step 3, getting some feedback like, oh, I think you're missing out on a few things.
Yeah, absolutely. So prior to that goals and guardrails workshop, make all of that available. You won't have the policy document yet because you won't have drafted anything, but the other things, make it all available well in advance so that you'll hear from folks or not, right? If you're on track or not. But yeah, did you have more questions?
No, well, I just want to say that's fine, but I still want the site to know prior. I want them to be able to be informed from the very beginning. I don't want them to say, hey, this was your job. What happened? Why was I not informed, right? Because that's my job, is to go out and do the outreach. So I want them to know prior to that and be part of that. The other part too is I signed up for the Calabasas one. Theirs is going to be via Zoom, but I haven't gotten any information on that. But so far, the ones that I have attended have been really great. And I just want everybody, all of my sites, to be informed so that they have the opportunity to go.
Yeah, I'll just take the opportunity. Wherever you all decide how much listening and where and who and when, and where any one board member is feeling like, we need to do another one or do one online, like just make that happen. Grab a partner and lead another one.
Point of order? It's
Yes.
10 o'clock. Do we want to extend?
Yeah.
How late do you think?
Well, after this, we just have consent, but just to be safe, yeah, maybe an hour or two, just to be safe.
Okay, just go on the outside. All right, I'd like to make a motion to extend this meeting until midnight with the hope that we'll be done by 10:45.
Yes. Do I have a first? Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you. Okay, so did you have more questions, Joy?
Yes. So I just wanted to also clarify that these will not be just singularity board members. There'll always be a minimum of 2, a maximum of 3 that are participating. If a 4th board member comes, they will stay in the back and be very quiet and not participate, only as an observer. So that they can learn how to conduct theirs when it's their time. So one of the things that we will be doing, Trustee Carrasco, is you can ask for time to have one of us go with you to a Mesti school during a home and school club meeting or something where people gather. So and they don't have to stay at their site. So if they feel comfortable going to a different site that works with their schedule, then and a different date, then they can do that. So all of the dates are open. You don't have to stick with your area. You don't have to stick with your site. And if you want to do the Zoom one, you can do the Zoom one. And I just have to, I haven't showed this earlier, but it's not a shameless plug because I'm very, very proud of the work that we're doing here. And if you haven't read this book, this is what we're basing everything off of. And it's great on their behalf by the brilliant AJ Craybill. And yeah, so again, if you haven't read it, please do. What's that? Oh, yeah, it's audio too. Yeah.
Okay, so also, Trustee Carrasco, I think, because of your comments today, I think we can ask maybe superintendent to maybe reach out to cabinet who can maybe spread the word to a Mesti a little. Yeah, just to say, hey, these are coming up. So thank you for.
They've also been sent out, the postcard has been sent out on Parent Square and all of the normal places we distribute, right?
Okay, Trustee Medina, welcome. You have a comment on our listening sessions?
I do. Well, first off, I just want to thank whoever changed the date on that for my listening session. I was kind of confused because we had 2 board meetings on when I wasn't available, and to place something on a Monday or a Wednesday when I'm not available just seemed like a intentional thing. So I'm glad that was corrected. I really appreciate that. Because I was getting information from my constituents as to why I wasn't going to be present. So that put me in a big pickle. So I hope you all kind of reflect on things that we discuss in board meetings so you could know, like, oh, Gabe's not available that day. Maybe we shouldn't schedule it then. So I just want to put that on the record. Also, I just want to say, love the book. I recommended it to this board before they went on this whole journey with it. So I just want to plug that in. And also my listening session, I believe, is to November 3rd now, correct? Or the 6th? 6th, there we go, of November. So toda la gente que quieren ir ahí conmigo, ya pueden hacerlo. And I'm looking forward to that. And also, I was listening over here, but we are going to have Mixteco translation in Spanish, correct? Okay. Yeah, because I know we have like, how many Mixteco translators do we have in the district?
So right now you're listed as A. So that's the primary trustee for the one at Pajaro Middle. And whoever is the A, has the A slot, is supposed to make arrangements through district staff, usually that's through Eva, for whatever you think that you're going to need, which would include translation. For the others, we had kind of decided not to do childcare just because we want to see our kids there, but we asked for light refreshments and things like that. And if we end up with large groups and whoever's leading wants to do small breakouts, then we also wanted to make sure we had pen and paper and things like that. Trustee Flynn put together a pretty nice list of things that she had asked for tomorrow's APTOS.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I know childcare is going to be one big thing that I have been hearing a few things about from my particular school. So yeah, no, for sure. I know I had to put my foot down in order to get the date changed. So I'm willing to do more for my community. But I just wanted to put that on the record that I will be having a session. I apologize. I'm not in that group. It's 3 other people. So I just hope next time when I or any of us present something on our availability that's actually taken into consideration, especially since it's on public record. Thank you.
Also want to make sure you know that I believe your number 2 is Joy. And I think Jessica had talked about taking the 3rd slot. So I think that's who you'll be working with in Pajaro Middle.
Yeah, if Jess or Joy want to do that, that'd be great.
I wanted to just double check. You said November 6th, right?
Yeah, that's what they told me.
Yeah. Okay. And that was my original outreach for Amesti. So that works out perfectly.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Medina, you're also welcome to schedule other ones. One of the ones that I'm trying to do, and I was going to actually ask you if you would want to join me, is for Prism Club with Raiz y Cariño. And I feel like that would be a good place to have a listening session. And as I mentioned to you, that definitely was an oversight. So I appreciate your grace, given the understanding of what you understand and what the public does not understand that I have on my plate. I have a lot to take care of on my own, so I will be better about that. And as I mentioned earlier, I fail and I fail often. So again, thank you for giving me that grace, and I will do my best to keep sight of that. If I do lose sight of that, again, please know that it is not intentional from this point forward, and it wasn't intentional on my part. So thank you for that.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so that concludes our report and discussion items, and I will now move us on to consent. Our consent agenda. Consent items are routine items coming before the board. Do we have any public speakers to this? On 10.
We have no more public speakers.
Okay.
We did move, I guess, do we have to move that on the agenda specifically or just leave it, the 10.4?
10.4 has already been removed, yes. So are there any other items our board wishes to defer? Okay, seeing none, I would,
I
do we
move
have a motion?
approval to adopt the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second to approve a consent agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Thank you very much. And now we have no items to defer. We don't need to reconvene to close session. So our next regular scheduled board meeting will be on November 12th. The location is still to be determined. And now I adjourn this meeting at 10:10. Thank you.